So, um, let's see here. Uh, uh, Raiden, will you play some spoopy music?
Got
It's
you.
gonna be like the Phantom of the Menace orchestra.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We'll see if this fits. If it's not the vibe, let me know.
Actually, I did have a question, Colt.
What's up?
Probably we haven't had time, but you said you would think about considering that Troxy could like stay in animal form if she wanted to, since you're not able to at all technically by druid levels. Would you allow it or no?
Um, I'll allow it with a specific form.
The bear.
So like you can be a bear as long as you want, but like if you're using your shape shifting abilities to transform into like a swimming creature or some sort of canine or whatever, then it's the allotted amount of time with however that's figured out.
I will gladly take it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So, I was kind of thinking maybe we could kind of do sort of like a group retelling of the last session to sort of cue in some of the missing players that may have not been able to be here
Oh,
last game.
okay.
I'll start it off. We last time we left our adventurers, our new kind of new group of this Fellowship of the Standing Bear. After the appropriate amount of time had passed for y'all's downtime, you took you took advantage of the new recruits that you had acquired recently in the Fellowship, and traveled north once more to tackle this abandoned research facility. And on the way there, some sort of banter was had back and forth between the party, um, and let's see here. Does anyone want to add in anything? Oh, look at her. How cute is she?
Aw, that is adorable. Um, we Zaphriel was testing the new recruits.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Um, and then we ended up going into the tower, and there was nothing there but a trap door.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
go ahead, go for it, please.
Troxy turned into a couple of animals to scout, or an animal or two to scout
Oh
the
yeah.
place
Mhm.
out.
Mhm.
Came back to us and we devised a plan. Wombo combo two bad boys
Oh yeah.
at the door,
Oh yeah,
like
that's right.
party style, and then we kind of made our way to the underground cellar kind of place. There we searched around until we found like a room with purple lights that lit up once we entered the room, and then that's when the door slammed shut, like kind of on Zaphriel's arm until it
Yeah.
chopped off, basically, and then we had a boss fight.
Yeah, you fought a mysterious black knight.
Yeah, with curly hair and glowing yellow eyes.
Yeah. For sure.
Yep.
Something I wanted to mention. The figure didn't like have an eye patch, though there was a like scarring sort of tissue around one eye. Um,
Yeah.
so where we're going to pick up. Oh, sorry, Claire, you're muted. Um, so we're going to pick up right off the top, Zaphriel. Right now, you're sort of like you're conscious, like you're not like passed out or anything. Um, we can roll for the amount of damage that you could have taken, or you can just the right now. Actually, just roll a con save real quick. Roll a con save. We'll see how you're doing.
Hmm.
That is a 19.
Hmm.
you're able to hold your resolve, but right now you're sort of like you're laying nearly in the center of this stubby wide tower. You're currently surrounded by Pocket and Endless, who are both sort of like at this point done as much sort of tending to you as they can. And just realized this wasn't down. As they sort of like kind of do as much as they can, you sort of lie there next to the wooden door that has sort of like an iron frame around it, almost just like a couple inches away from the initial traumatic event had happened. You look around, sort of like as you're laying on your back, sort of holding your left arm in your other hand. You see like a lot of the... It looks relatively clean. I mean, there's still a bunch of dust, but like as far as like the amount of bones and tissue and body remnants you remember seeing aren't necessarily that present anymore. I mean, there's still a pretty awful smell. Some of that smell is definitely supernatural, but like smell outside of the supernatural. It's awful. It smells disgusting in here. What do you want to do? Right now, you can like hear like the sounds of what seems to be some sort of encounter, but it's pretty short-lived. Because by the time you're able to sort of like maybe writhe yourself up onto your butt from a laying down position, the fighting has stopped.
I try to right myself, stand up, and God, I can't sit here. Bless me with your endurance. I'm gonna cast enhance ability using Bear's endurance.
Cool. What's that look like?
It gives me advantage on Constitution checks, so I'd like to think that the kind of sickly feeling of taking a mortal wound is kind of faded, and I've regained some of my poise, but you can still see I'm struggling quite a bit.
Cool.
I'm also going to roll for 2d6 temporary hit points.
Nice.
That's 9.
Did my bear healing spell stop his bleeding, or is he bleeding?
Well, I mean, as far as like stabilizing the wound, it worked as intended. But the second like visual contact was lost, like because I think if I remember right, the way it was worded, like it's like a target within sight, which initially was the case, but once the door is shut, then you. So yeah, there was thematically for the sake of the narrative, it was enough, just enough oomph for him to like, you know, maybe have more of a fighting chance as he just kind of laid there missing half an arm.
Okay, cool. I was curious.
And then who was out there with me?
Pocket and Endless. Right now, Endless has gone back over to the door that has sort of like been barred off, and he's opening it once more just to kind of keep an intermittent look on the perimeter. And Pocket is sort of like sitting adjacent to you at one of the 2 iron like metal tables, and he's just kind of like twiddling his thumbs with some. What do you want Pocket to be doing?
He's definitely making dead squirrel tacos right now.
Yeah, he seems to be just pulling some food out of his pack, and like you've you know come to know Pocket a little bit more over the last couple of months, and whether I mean, what's Zaphriel's opinion on the type of food that Pocket tends to eat?
I think the food that he prepares mimics his personality. Just interesting.
As you
Disgusting.
watch him like take a bite of what looks to be like a street taco almost, but like you see like a mouse tail kind of flop out on one end, and he just in one bite kind of, it shouldn't have fit in one bite, but he kind of pushes it in there and then sort of slurps up the tail like a noodle.
Hey, you
Zaphriel
want some?
Zaphriel has the inner thought that if not for the bull's endurance, I would have thrown up there.
Hell yeah.
Is the arm like still like lying around?
It's on the other side of the door.
Interesting. Okay.
You're on push to talk if you don't. Okay.
I think I'll be all right. Pocket. Thank you. Zaphriel's just going to like slowly like limp over to Endless.
Mid limp, we cut to the basement. Right now, the braziers around the room that I had previously described with that sort of like purplish sort of like evil looking flame has now like subsided to like what is essentially most of the braziers are giving off candlelight, if that, so the fire's very weak. Though still purple and dark in nature, the rest of the room continues to be riddled with the smell of rot. It's pretty musty down here, and I think, did someone use growth, or who used what that made rough terrain?
I did Earth Eruption. It basically turns into like a whirlpool of Earth and then it explodes.
Yeah, so you see like the basement, which kind of had a cobblestone floor, but in patches. It was mostly dirt, if we're going to be honest. But most of like the basement floor is just riddled in pop marks of like the like destructive magic that druids have at their disposal. What do you guys want to do? I believe Fia and Raiden are standing by the table where the figure grabbed the book from before he bamfed out, and I believe you're kind of in the center of the room, if I imagine.
Yeah,
Topsy.
I was beating the shit out of him.
Last session we got out of the basement. I'm fine with continuing with this. I was just reminding.
Oh yeah, we did it longer.
Yeah, I
Oh, we
hit
got out
myself
of
in
the
the
basement?
face and then repulsion shield. up
Oh
out of the,
yeah!
it was like I was so excited to do that shit.
So Zaphriel, as you begin walking over, you get just a moment or two from Endless before you hear "Pah!" and the trap door. Mind you, it's like 3x3, 3x4. It's like rather large. Just slams open and hits the floor, and you see the rest of your new recruits flying up off, like rocketing, like a cartoon. All three of them just like on Raiden's form, or like somehow fitting on the shield with him, and they spew out like a geyser and kind of fall down, bounce, and then they sort of slide a couple inches and do like a slow 360 and then come to a stop.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Zaphriel goes to wave and then lets down and goes to help out the other party members.
Roxy just looks in horror as she casts, as her hands do this, as she glows green and her eyes glow green, as a great big white, greenish white bear spirit just like forms next to you, Zaphriel, and then just starts licking you, and every time it licks you, you like pulse with like green magic. And it's licking like a big tongue on your cheeks.
Raiden's
spell is
just
this?
observing your nub.
Healing spirit.
Oh, cool.
Raiden's just looking at your nub like, And he gets real close and he's like, and he sniffs it and he's like, interesting.
Hold on, I'd rather just don't jump in.
Okay.
Hey, things like a squirrel taco, man.
Did you press
Heals
the
the
push
wounds
to
right up every time, without fail.
Okay, sorry. So, you guys come flying out of the basement. You come sliding to a stop. Raiden says, "Greetings, Zaphriel." You notice that they look pretty like stuffed up. You see that that Troxy kind of has a bruise or two, and Fia's hair is like a little bushled up a little bit. And you see a stuff mark or two on Raiden's armor, and they look like they just kind of got out of some ordeal. And you notice Fia in her hand is your arm, the rest of your left arm.
Muted.
My friend.
I'm glad that you all made it out all right.
Most indubitably. Can I have a sample of your arm?
You may not. May I actually see the arm? Fortunately, we have a party member who has a battered holding. Might be our best chance of saving the arm.
And-
Bring you the arm.
Oh, go ahead.
I just said I'd bring him the arm.
Okay. Like I said before, Troxy just does the green thing, eyes green, big, whitish green bear starts licking his big cheek as he like pulses with like a green burst of magic each time.
I'm sort of imagining like, and honestly, unless if stated otherwise, I kind of just resort back to like Naruto. Is that like the color you're describing? That like when they're using healing?
Yes. They're like every time he licks it, like it's like he's leveling up.
Okay,
Kind of
okay.
pulse, you know? Yeah.
As Zaphriel starts to address the rest of the fellowship, Pocket and Endless, who now just barely finishes his look out the door. Let me roll for that real quick. Well, and he slams the door behind and shoves a piece of wood in to sort of keep it locked. He sort of claps his hands together. Don't think we're in any trouble, but stay alert. And he just kind of kicks a pebble and kind of walks behind Zaphriel and sort of stands in a V formation where now Pocket is sort of like joining on the right flank.
Okay. I go and place my arm inside of Pocket's battle holding.
Yeah, this'll be great. It'll be just fine, I promise. And you kind of slide your arm in, and it's kind of like a weird sort of out of body experience because it's like your arm, you know? It's weird.
Hey, do you mind if I possibly make tacos out of your arm?
Pocket, if you do, I will cut off your arm and I will reattach it to mine.
That sounds actually like a cool idea.
At least I was gonna take samples for science. I'm no medical man, but would webbing to the arm, like, kind of like put it together, web it, kind of work? I'm no doctor, but...
I won't be able to do anything until we get to a sterile place. And... we either have to fix it here on the field, or it's gone. We're running very low on time that I can actually save this.
Hi, Zapriel, sir. Leader, I have a little bit of knowledge of healing and on the field medic from my life in the wilds. I could help if you, unless you know someone else better.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to do the work, so I'm going to have to rely on the lot of you to help me out.
As the group sort of looks at each other, you all hear the building sort of shift just a little bit, and not by any magical means. This building's rather old. And when it creaks and sort of shifts, you watch a little bit of sand fall from the ceiling, and as it settles, you can just barely hear the sounds of distant sort of whining. And as everyone starts to realize this, Endless is like, hold on, I'll go take a look. He goes and throws open the door. We're good, but if we're gonna leave, we probably want to go in the next half hour. So whatever we're gonna do, make it quick. And he closes the door once more.
Well, what did you all find out down there?
Nothing. Pretty much nothing. There was nary a trace of anything but a book that got burnt up or something. There was a.
Right as you struggle to find the word, Endless sort of like cocks an eyebrow. Well, you all look like shit. And he looks over at Euphia. Do you want to catch us up? What the hell happened down there?
A guy showed up by magical means. He just came from the pillars grew flames and they meted in the middle of the room where he came from. And he went back the same way. But we fought him and I tried to cast Dispel Magic, but it failed.
Yeah, what she said. That's right.
Well, like I said before, I'm glad that you all made it out.
Endless sort of pipes up once more. Wait, so you're telling me, like, he just left? Did he, like, just create a portal and get out of here?
Well, to be fair, we beat the crap out of him. I ripped off his helmet. Big mecha guy thingy over here. She kind of like points up to the massive giant mobile suit that is Raiden.
Raiden.
And she's just like, he kicked butt, and Faye, she lit him on fire and fling spells. It was crazy, but he ran away like a chicken. Ran away like a chicken.
He was like some guy. He had like curly hair and a scar on an eye, orange eyes.
It was like a dark paladin, like dark.
Yeah.
Scary black armor.
Like a Death Knight.
Don't know what that is.
Zaphriel, Endless, and Pocket do the infamous Sword Donald Goofy ponder for a second. It's it's hard to say.
Well, I can't say that I'm surprised that Radagast has a champion of sorts, if that's even what we can call this person.
Maybe. It could be a possibility for sure.
But I think...
Okay.
Well, the last time we were here, we took a rest inside of the tower, and it did not turn out well. So, if we want to convene further away, just in case we don't get ambushed, just to make a plan of what to do and maybe do something about my arm. But I'll be out of commission.
We need to. You said it was a matter of time, so I say we waste not a nary a second and make haste towards town.
Pocket interrupts sort of rudely. He's like, well, guys, I hate to sound like such an asshole, but, like, we can't leave this tower with our asses handed to us twice. We gotta find something here. What are we doing? Why are we here if we're not gonna leave with something?
Proxy kind of raises her hand, and
yeah, newbie, what? He points to her.
She is he still like fully covered up? She doesn't know he's a goblin, right?
Yeah, no, you've never seen his under person.
she goes, well, what what we could do is I could help work on Sir Zaphriel's arm, and maybe someone could help me. Like, I don't know if Faye knows any healing spells while everyone else searches around and runs a perimeter while we try to save his arm. I mean, only if that's what you guys want to do.
As you're sort of standing there, Fia, taking all this in, how do you sort of respond to the situation?
I think I have healing spells. But I have to use sorcery points. Yeah.
Was it my non-dominant hand that was removed? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to be a total asshole.
Okay.
I will say though, as long you have disadvantage on strength checks, but if you can feasibly do it with one arm, you don't need the disadvantage.
The only problem that I have with doing this here is that it's going to take well over a half an hour to get this done.
It's up to you, sir. We save your arm. We can do it.
Make a medicine check for me, Zaphriel. You can either make it at advantage or take it straight with a lower DC. Because right now, you're even though you have that sort of bear's constitution about you, you're on the precipice of going into shock, and you're keeping your resolve strong, but just on the other side of that wall is panic. So, that's what I'm saying. You can either roll with advantage with a higher DC, or take it straight with a lower DC.
I'll take it at advantage. I've got a high modifier. I'll wait for him.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take it at advantage. I've got a +6 in medicine.
All right. DC is 22.
Okay. Well, there's that. First roll was a 19, and second was 14. So that's 25.
As you're sort of sitting there trying to 30 minutes, clarity begins to come to your mind as you sort of take a deep breath through your nose, out the mouth, and as you exhale, you feel the divine spell effect sort of course through your veins, and you feel that sort of confidence that one gets when he bests his foe in combat. As you sitting there, this is going to be at least an hour and a half if you're going to do it here, but you've never tried traveling long distances or amounts of time with limbs in a bag of holding. It's not magic that you're necessarily sort of familiar with, so you're not sure what sort of potential you might be losing out on if you wait till you get into Urim. So I will say with your successful check, you have better chances doing it now, but all hope isn't lost if you wait to get to town. It's just going to be real tricky. As far as reattaching the arm goes.
How about, I like the idea the Troxy said. How about you three go back to the caravan while me and English search the tower, and we'll meet you there.
We need to have an escape plan prepared. For you three specifically.
I can run 90 feet in 6 seconds. I am very fast. I don't know if that's a good enough escape plan for you.
Endless looks at you with an unbelieving sort of look to his eye.
Do any of you have a way of communicating with us from that far away?
Yes. I think I can make sending stones. As
If
an
that's the
artificer.
case, then we can do that. I have ways of getting you out of there.
Proxy will look over at Faye to see if she has any spells as well with communication.
Fia, I'm just throwing it out there as a DM, is also a healer, so that's something you can take into consideration as you're putting together this operation, Zaphriel.
Very well. Our best chance is doing it at the caravan. It's relatively sanitary there, and all of my equipment is there too.
Fia, is that? I'm sorry. Is that how I say her name? Fia?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fia. Do you have any like communication spells at all too? I mean, we got magic communication stones, but do you have anything?
I have message, but I don't think that goes very far.
It's far enough. Where the caravan is parked, Fia, it's like I think only 80 feet away from the tower itself. So it's I think the range of message is 120. So you're good.
Okay, so I do have message then.
Okay.
If everything goes well, I think this should take approximately an hour and a half.
Let's get to it. As Troxy will take the bag of holding from
Pocket.
Pocket, and just without saying anything, it just starts rushing out towards the caravan.
Who is Team Caravan? Who is Team checking out the tower?
Raiden and Inglis are gonna stay at the tower while the four, I forgot, Pocket, go to the caravan.
Pocket
just in case
is
for
also going to
security.
be staying with
Okay,
Inglis.
we can do 3 and 3, sure.
It's interesting because you have become a little more familiar with Pocket, mostly because I mean you're not necessarily you're kind of a sociable guy, but a lot of times you've noticed Pocket's the one who's bridging the gap, and that gap is because of his like what's the word
Antics.
unawareness of himself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, but it's interesting that like how the two vastly different people in this room are connected by a single person, Endless. As you three stay in there, was anyone else staying in the tower? I think
that's it.
I think that's it. Actually, yeah, that's it. That's the whole party.
Okay, so I'm gonna be pulling out this bad boy. It's the size of my palm.
That's a
Oh
big
my
dice.
God.
Yes.
I just got that for him.
Does it
Okay.
go like thud when you roll it?
Oh, this will be my first test in a session.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to go to Team Caravan in just a second. As the door closes, Endless proactively puts the bar across the door once more so it couldn't be entered from the outside. At least, not with like excessive force. The room is yours, Raiden. As you're taking a look around with the other half of the fellowship, what would you like to do?
So Raiden would be looking through papers, if no matter where they're at, just papers, books, items.
Regardless of like importance, like are you just picking up whatever you can find?
Well, he's looking at them, and if it doesn't, like, if there's not much of anything that jumps out, he just leaves them. He just kind of is looking.
Okay, so it's are you also going to go back downstairs, or are you going to stay upstairs?
He'll search the area he's at first, and if nothing, he'll go to the basement. He'll take the jump down.
Okay, please make an investigation check.
Okay. These dice. $11. Rolled a 3 plus 8.
So as you're looking through the room, I mean, it's within your knowledge that the Fellowship has been here
Muted.
once. Hee hee, my bad.
I wasn't expecting that.
As you're sort of looking around, this place is like pretty picked clean, and this wasn't something that you were already unaware of. You knew kind of looking around again might be a shot in the dark because the whole party was looking up here before you went downstairs. And as you were looking around, you picked up a few scrap pieces of paper, and you do notice that they look like they were used for like scratch paper to essentially do like an algebraic equation with like an arcane sort of twist on it, and like you can kind of like it made sense to you in the sense like you can see like x times parentheses whatever the fuck, but like the scratch piece of paper is like was used for multiple different projects, it seems, and like there's no sort of continuity to any of it. And as you're sort of going through the room, you end up finding like you find a whole case that is probably I don't know, 6 inches wide, and it's very thin. And when you open it up, somehow you have happened to be able to find a set of like scientific sort of like beakers, you know, the little tube-like beakers. And there is one beaker that sort of stands on its own with like this sort of like base, you know. The whole set is probably worth like 15 gold. You don't really find anything, and you start to get a little discouraged because like you just came from downstairs and you didn't really see anything in there initially either, so you're starting to like kind of lose some fire in your engines. When as you're putting the pack of beakers on your person, you notice right by the trap door that's still sort of open, it's just laying there open, next to it you see there's like a marginally sized puddle of blood. It's not quite a puddle, there's some areas where it has pooled, but it's mostly just like soaked the cobble that is the floor. This is where Zaphriel was lying when he was injured. As you get closer though, your eye sort of like catches something, and it only really catches your attention because of your undead nature. And that's the whole reason why you picked up on it in the first place. Like it's just like one of those things you don't even really think about. You see, if you like get close to the ground, very slowly the puddle is diminishing in size, and you recall before the party left initially to go to the caravan to help in Zaphriel's surgery, the spot on the floor was like at least a quarter of an inch bigger. Like this tower seems to be absorbing the blood into itself.
Most peculiar. What is it collecting blood for? To raise more undead, or
make an Arcana check. As you ponder that out loud, Endless and Pocket just like look at each other, and they just kind of help Scooby-Doo search around the rest of the room.
22.
You sort of sit there, and as you think, this is definitely necrotic in nature. You have in your study, or maybe it's from a past life that you don't remember living, but you are aware of very powerful liches and dark sorcerers would often imbue the arcane weave that exists in the prime material plane and fuse it in dark manners into sort of objects that don't wouldn't normally accept this sort of like enchantment. Essentially, it's like, imagine if you were able to take a brick or any material and infuse just enough of the arcane weave into it with whatever ritualistic measures that must be taken to sort of like give half-life to something. in a sense that like the brick is living in the sense that it has an essence to it, but it's like still just a brick. And the reason why these sort of like powerful, dark, necromantic sort of people would do this is because over time they can use a structure made of such material to channel a lot more of their like ritualistic magics, whether like whatever that be. It's essentially like that you can kind of like use it like as a satellite dish, if you will. It just amplifies the amount of signal you can take and receive. And as you have this as you realize this, you look around, and this whole building sends a shiver down your spine, but not because it's spooky, but because it's that feeling of death. That feeling that you only would feel right upon the moment of death, but as you walk, undead, whatever you would call it, like, this tower is like a construct.
This tower is alive in some manner.
Are you kidding me? You see Potter trying to get low to the ground. It looks like normal rock. And he sticks his tongue out. Yeah, tastes like dirt.
Well,
Wait a
maybe
second.
to you, my small
A little
friend.
bit of piss. Wait, that's me. Never mind.
Maybe to you, my small friend, but I've surmised that the tower is somehow taking the power of the people that are slain here out of their, like, taking their blood to fuel dark magic, making this tower be alive in some fashion.
And in endless fashion, he walks over. Oh yeah? Let's see. And he like does a little flourish, grabs a blade off of his hip. It's just like a small pocket knife, and just sort of, just like very theatrically cuts a slit in his palm, grabs it and sort of squeezes, and you watch a couple of drops sort of like drip and sort of drop onto the floor. And you watch as it pools a little bit before it stops because Endless stops the bleeding.
Yeah, watching it closely.
Make a perception check, please. Or Arcana check.
Okay, I'll do perception. Wow, rolled the same again, 11. 3.
Over a very silent 45 seconds, you see the blood get absorbed almost completely by that amount of time. You do see evidence of blood used to like being there at some time, but like it's almost not even visible.
So my hunch is right. Radagast's work, possibly.
Most definitely. As Endless sort of like turns around at this point, you notice he's already wrapped his hand with some bandages. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing a lot of research, man, and this is, and he sort of clicks his tongue, walks around and looks at the place, sort of slams the wall like a used car salesman would on a car. This puppy right here is fucking alive. Not really, but it is. And right as he finishes saying that, like just like from Monster House, it riddles just a little bit in response to the stimulation from the pounding. He's like,
Peculiar.
don't touch the walls. And he just takes a couple steps inward towards the middle of the room.
Pocket, was there anything else you wanted us to discover here? I think this is about all I could find.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty fucking creeped out.
Well, I think we'll head back to join the party, but before I do, there is one hypothesis I want to test.
Alright, just don't, like, do anything stupid. And if you do, let me in on it.
Okay,
And he
well,
just
let's
sort of, like,
head
gives you finger
outside
guns.
first.
Oh, right. And he helps, Endless did off the little wood block in the front, keeping the door locked. As you swing the door open, you all see off in the distance, maybe like 200 feet away, south, and like sort of like southwest direction, diagonal from where you're going. You see a pretty large group actually of abominations. At a quick glance, there's probably about 15, and they're all just sort of like huddling together, like they're doing some sort of like pre-game like inspirational speech. They're pretty inactive though.
So I take out my bag of holding, and I like open it up, and I say, "Is it Pitten or Peaton or Piton? I don't know."
I think it's a python.
Okay, I say
I have to
Python and
Google
like
that.
grab it as it comes out, I guess. And then I take out the hammer, and like with a hammer and nail, I smack the nail straight into the wall of the tower to see if it does anything.
Make a strength check, please. Actually, make this an athletics check.
Okay.
What?
That is a 9.
As you hit, you hear it's like sort of like it makes that sort of like a ting, ting.
Yeah.
You did it in, like you wedge it a little bit, but like not enough to find like any purchase. You're going to have to be a little more creative. This is pretty solid.
Does the tower do anything?
Not with a 9.
Can I keep trying at it, I guess?
I'll give you one more try. Yeah.
Okay.
Please make an athletics check.
Nat 20 -1.
Right as you sort of you actually give a pretty good solid couple of taps, and you sort of pull away. You just move like an inch like to the right, in between the grout. It just reposition, and what maybe it was a faulty side or not, but like who knows? As you hit way fucking harder than you ever needed to. Like maybe it was just an anomaly the first time, because right as you sinked it through, you hear like you feel the resistance of stone, but like as you can feel through the python itself, as you're like sort of driving it in, you can feel that it's driving through flesh. And right as you get done hammering, the python sort of sticks there in the wall. It's like still about an inch out of the wall. That could be more pushed through. It's not all the way in, but you do see a little bit of like black ichor begin to start falling down in a small stream below the python, like almost as if it's bleeding. And I think we established last game that you don't have to worry about like smells, right?
He can smell and taste, but it's like
okay.
Just can't do much with it, I
Well,
guess.
in this specific case, it doesn't necessarily matter, because the ichor that you see coming out definitely is blood, but like old nasty blood, dude. This is like goosebump kind of like gross, small, slimy, like it's like black, and on the edges of it you can see as the light refracts off of it, it has a white sheen to it, and you smell death. Like the smell you were smelling in the basement is this is the smell, and you just found the source. Like you just tapped into it, and like though you are undead, this is kind of like, it's like almost like when you rip a really stinky one and you even are like, oh god, that's actually pretty bad. Like that's what's going on right now. What do you want to do?
I tell Pocket and Inglis to back up.
Oh no, you don't.
10 to 15 feet from me.
They're already kind of like behind you, kind of looking around your shoulders, and as that sort of spillage starts to happen, they're like, oh god. And just sort of like takes a couple steps back. Bob's like, yeah, that's pretty gross, even for me. That's pretty fucking gross. And he just kind of takes a couple steps back and following your heeding your warning.
My hypothesis has brought results. Let me test this further as he casts Shatter and like thrusts his palm against the wall.
Okay. Go ahead and just roll the spell damage.
3d8.
Yeah, and add another d8 because of the compromising pin that you put in there.
Had to go for extra dice for this one. 10, 15, 19 damage.
19.
Yep.
Describe what the hit looks like for me, and like how it affects the stone behind it.
So it's like almost like a hydraulic press, like rears his like palm back, like whole arm back, and like almost with like a gust of like pressurized wind, like a rocket just against the wall, like sending a shockwave, shattering and making like an indentation, like of like 10 feet around his hand into the wall.
The indentation, like the crack. Oh,
Muted.
Sorry. The indentation is there, so, like especially around the impact. It's almost the size of your palm. The intensity of the cracks pretend to be less severe, but longer and bigger. You see, like there are several like 3 large cracks that go from halfway up the wall where you were standing all the way up. And it just kind of spiders out. It almost looks like that when your windshield gets hit by a rock. And just like in real life, when you get cut and you look at your arm and it's like, oh god, I just get cut. And then you see it to slowly turn pink and then red and then blood. You watch as like the innards of the stone masonry work that you see is fleshy. Like, and it has a sort of like purplish color to it, and it begins to get darker and darker, then turn to black when you just see the tower is now hemorrhaging on the side of it.
At this point, he just kind of rock'em sock'em robots that you know, the walls just starts kind of pounding on him. Just to see what happens if he keeps pushing on it.
Yeah, so Pocket and Endless will also join in with you, and they'll sort of like, I'll have you, with your creativity, come up with a team attack on this wall that will surmise your attempts at busting it down.
Okay. You want me to describe that now?
Yeah, go for it. What's it look
Okay,
like?
so Raiden is just like with thunder gauntlets, like arcing thunder, just and like a flurry of blows, just like uppercut after punch, after right hook, after southpaw, just beating this thing like an MMA boxer, like a professional boxer.
Cool.
And then Inglis is probably right there with the sword, slicing and dicing the meat. Maybe even cutting his name in there or something, and then Pocket, I'm sure, is like pissing on it while like shooting at it.
Yeah, you see he just puts some things up on his head, and you just hear a thump, thump, thump. Bah, 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 bah. The wall just gets smattered with a bunch of small little explosions. As go ahead and roll. We'll just go ahead and roll 5d12 plus 15. 5 for each teammate.
Let's see. 5d12. I think I have 5d12 actually. That's the extent of my d12.
Tucker, did you find some intense music to play during your surgery? Alright, brother. Dude, I love rolling d12s. They're chonky brothers. I don't like how much I just said brother.
Brother. 43 plus 15
Dang.
is, what is that, 57?
As you all sort of like
58.
come in for your last final strike in a coordinated fashion, the rubble begins to become immense as you all sort of like fall through, and we cut to like the Fellowship sort of dashing and breaking through a portion of this tower wall, and like cutting to like a swooping angle of them coming into the tower with like several portions of the wall falling down in debris, and you see that like the steel beams that are inside some of the masonry work are sticking out on portions where they weren't compromised, and you see like the tower itself is probably 20 feet tall, like I described, 25 feet tall. You from about, you probably take out about 10 feet of a chunk that's probably about 5 or 6 feet wide out of this tower. Like essentially an eighth of it is just destroyed, and you see like it is definitely bleeding pretty badly, but the blood is so viscous that like even if that is the case, it's like still happening really slowly, but the amounts is like it's just like it just looks like tar just coming out of it. It's pretty bad. In fact, I'm going to have everyone roll a con save at this point, because even with your undead, I'll let you have advantage though because of your undead nature.
Okay.
Oof.
He doesn't vomit, he just dry heaves.
You see Endless and Pocket, like everyone has like a cool stance, and then after just a moment, they just turn over and just both start puking, and like you see Pocket like go to take off of his mask and just like wipe off the sweat. Pocket's looking pretty sick. Endless is also looking pretty sick. Endless is just kind of puts his hand on Pocket. Hey, Raiden, I think we should get out of here. Yeah. He seems to be getting a little doozy.
I rolled a 15.
That just saves.
Okay. Ooh. I would like to continue doing damage to the tower, but I agree. You're probably right. Who knows what will happen? It might call an army of it's undead, and there are many around. So let's head back to the caravan and see if they're all right.
All right. So you kind of like they get themselves situated out of the tower, but they get about 15 feet before they kind of like need to rely on you for the amount of stableness in their walking. Whatever is in that tower it's pretty bad. Like that's some old black magic right there, man.
Baba Yaga.
So we cut to Zaphriel walking at a stoic pace towards the mobile home, and you watch as Troxy is like 10 or 15 feet in front, just at a mad dash, running towards. Fia is also, keeping pace, if not making the difference. As you all make your way to the caravan, what would you guys like to do?
Sorry, I'm having a little hard time here.
Oh, it's all good. What's wrong?
Oh, trying to find music that isn't over the top.
Oh, it's okay. If you can, I'll take anything that's whatever.
Okay.
Proxy's gonna grab a blanket. Like when she's just gonna run into his now mobile home, and she just looks for a clean blanket, and she lays the blanket on the earth itself, and she's gonna use mold earth to create a table.
Cool. Yeah, you rush inside the mobile home, and you see right on the top shelf a stack of blankets that are all pretty thick, and there's 3 of them, and you just grab one, and it pulls the other 2 off, and they just kind of drape down and fall on the floor. And the one that you grab is like made of like a creature that has some pretty thick ass wool. But you take it outside, sort of like lay it on the ground, flat and out. It's like not a perfect rectangle, but it's pretty close. And as you sort of like clap your hands together, sort of extend them apart, raise them just slightly, and you watch as like the impression, like a magician on the stage, the shape of a table is now standing waist high, and is has the blanket on it. Does anyone else want to do anything else?
I was just gonna help Zaphriel walk over there, and I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but I was thinking about casting mending on the arm, so it's like easier to reattach. I don't know if that.
That could probably help.
That's a good idea.
Okay, I'll do that then. I'll cast mending on the arm.
So as everyone's sort of throwing out like things that they can do, and Troxy begins to like prepare a space, Zaphriel, you are feeling just slightly impressed because you're a big fan of people who take initiative because they remind you of your wife. It just is the type of person that you try to be yourself. So when you see the new recruits just taking the time to like step up, you know, you're not necessarily like in love with how big the table ended up being that Troxy made, but the fact that she did it, you can appreciate it nonetheless. As you sort of stand here, and they are sort of preparing the space, what would you like to do?
Okay. I will try to help as much as I can, and I will give instruction as we go. But this is going to be pretty tough. I can't necessarily be restrained, because I'll need to help. But that may come to be necessary once we actually start with the procedure. I don't exactly have a lot of narcotics here. If we could fetch a bucket of water or something from the caravan.
Troxy will be like, well, if I can restrain you if we need to restrain you. That's not a problem. But maybe there might be some plants around that I can quickly make. And she starts looking around, and I'm gonna use my Outlander background to see if I can find any plants that could be used to. What's the plant that does it again, Elder?
What?
For anesthetic, what's the plant?
Oh well,
You said it before.
the opium. Is that what you're talking about?
What was it? I think it's poppy.
Poppy.
Uh,
Well, we.
clove, I think.
Well, actually, you.
I love your voice.
Please. Sorry. Can you please just make a survival check for me real quick?
Yeah, Captain.
Or I could see nature being used here too. It's up to you.
I have a
Or
check on
investigation.
Survival?
Okay.
15 plus 5, that is a 20.
So you end up like having a
I'm
pretty.
sorry, 1 second.
It's okay. You end up having kind of a difficult time because a lot of the vegetation around this tower, you notice, is like, much like the Canadian border between the U.S. and Canada. It's like totally bare. They just like took out a whole lane of trees through the forest. So like, if you want to cross the border, you gotta cross like several hundred yards of empty field. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's similar to that. With the tower being the epicenter, most of the life that you see around it is more or less dead. There are patches of living grass near the tower, but you can see as you're sort of like, now that you're sort of far away enough from the tower itself up on the road, you see that there's definitely a gradient of life as far as plants are concerned. And because of this, you are having a difficult time finding the exact ingredients that you are needing, but you do find some alternatives that could help, that maybe aren't going to quite do as good of a job, but better than nothing.
She
I-
grabs the. Okay.
You find a couple, like, we'll say I'll find you find like 3 pounds of this like brown root that grows like pretty deep into the earth. You kind of have to like dig it out, but you're able to find some stuff.
Okay. After she grabs enough and she starts heading back, she looks at the land of the dead plants, and she has like a very stoic face as she whispers, "Disgusting," as she and like kind of poses, and, kind of like puts one leg on the rock, and she just like disgusting.
Yes, yes.
And then she rushes over and she uses molder earth to create a small little bowl. And uses her staff and starts mashing the root into a very slick. And she does a few times, spits in the bowl.
Yeah, you just start processing it.
Yeah, I know she does that. She spits a few times and just trying to make a slick kind of cover.
Okay, great. I love it. Fia, did you want to try and think of anything else you wanted to try and do before the actual operation begins?
Since I casted mending on his arm, I'll cast it on, the arm that's still attached. His nub, I guess.
So,
Prepare both sides.
okay, so since mending is only a cantrip, the amount of tissue that it's able to affect is like not a lot, but your attempts aren't totally going unrewarded. You do notice that like some of the like tissue that is sort of like it's not necrotic, but
Sorry, guys.
a little worse for wear. You're able to sort of round it out a little bit, but since mending doesn't have like a strong healing capability, it's not able to do anything super significant, but if anything, delay the inevitable, which is great. Hold that thought.
Were we able to find a bucket of water?
That can be retrieved within the mobile home.
Okay.
I'll get the bucket of water too while I'm waiting for Troxy.
Okay.
Zaphriel, you begin to, as you sort of take the next 10 minutes to take off your armor. And in that amount of time, you see Troxy has gone out and come back with a sack full of like a brown root that she begins to process, and you see Fia now rushing out to go grab the bucket of water that you had requested. And as they come back, getting it set up by the table, you also now take the time to pull out some of your surgical instruments and lay them out on a table that sort of extends out that you have in your wagon. Any other preparations you'd like to make?
I'd like to cast Purify Food and Drink on the bucket of water.
You sort of put your hand over it and sort of like your eyes roll back and back to your head just for a second as your hand sort of emits a warm UV-like light as it stops. That you see like a bit of bubbles come up from the bottom, like a bit of fresh air had almost been released, and just pop, 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 and it's purified.
Okay. Fia, if you wouldn't mind helping me clean my wound, and Troxy, if you wouldn't mind cleaning the arm.
She goes, "No, absolutely," and I actually made something for that. As she sets down the bowl, you'll see like a slick brownish green paste, and she goes, "It will clean. It will not. Maybe numb, and I may or may not have to use my spit to make it. So, yeah."
Thank you for your efforts. Okay. Once everything is all started and prepared, I'm going to start instructing on trying to find if there are any nerve endings that we can still attach. But it's going to be pretty rough, not being in an actual operating room.
And being the patient. So, Zaphriel, describe yourself as you are lying down on the table and either pick or have them decide who is leading the operation.
I have my elbow resting up on a table in front of me, so it would be like this, right?
The table goes about up to your waist.
So the elbow's just resting on the table, so I can see what's going on. And I don't know how this is actually done.
No, it's
but-
okay, dude. It doesn't even matter. Just do what
Yeah.
sounds cool.
I
She'll,
can tell
she'll
you if you
actually-
want.
It's
Yeah,
okay. We don't
actually-
need to even worry about it.
She'll raise the table a little bit higher, and then she'll actually create a little chair for him to sit on. And then she'll look at Fia. She's like, I'm so sorry. My spit is in there. I apologize. You just grab the green place, and she looks over at Zaphriel and goes, you just slap it on and cover it.
Okay.
Wait.
I
Sorry,
I-
go please.
I do it on his arm. I just start rubbing it on there.
It instantly stings, and you're not sure if that's because of the earthy compound or what Trotsy had for lunch earlier. But it does actually kind of feel numb a little bit. Maybe it's more of a tingling sensation. It's hard to tell because it's on your nub. And there is some nerve damage that you can tell just from inspection and like sort of peeling back layers of flesh and having them sort of take a look. Go please go for it.
I'm just going to start instructing them as we start to try to stitch the muscle fibers back together. Then we're going to overall stitch the whole arm back together. During all of this, Zaphriel is going to be spiritually saying a chant in Celestial.
After she rubs the other arm. Oh, go ahead.
Just one thing before you jump in. I just want to
You're
lay
good.
it out on the field. This is going to be a team check. I mean, one person can do more than one check, but I would prefer it try to be everyone showing up in different ways. You have to pass 2 of these 3 checks for this operation to be successful. And
Okay.
I will allow you guys to roll the same sort of skill, being like if you both end up having to roll a medicine check, that's okay. But the results will be better if you're able to use a skill you're proficient in, and bonus points if you use that creatively. Like convince me if it otherwise wouldn't typically be associated with surgery. That being said, please.
So after she rubs the other arm with it and she puts it really close to the stub, she goes, "Yeah, you want to use healing spells while I sew, or do you want to sew while I use healing spells?" Now, halflings, we're pretty lucky. We got some magical luck on our side. I could sew if you want me to.
Since I have to modify my spell, I have a limited amount, so I can either just do a little bit, or you can handle it.
You have a pretty big pool of sorcerer points, though, I think, right?
Yeah, I have 7, but I don't know.
That should be good enough for the surgery, I think. You're at full power, basically.
Okay.
So, do you want to sew, or do you want her to sew?
Oh, sorry, I thought you said spells.
No,
Oh,
Well,
oh,
she asked if you wanted to heal while she sews, or you want her to heal while you sew.
oh, okay. I can try sewing, and then if I'm not good, we'll switch.
Yeah, because I do have the lucky feet.
Oh,
So-
so you think you should?
Oh.
Okay, yeah, maybe you should try it then.
Yeah, that's what she said. We have like a magical luck on our side as halflings. Okay, so she goes.
Okay.
She looks over at Zaphriel, and she'll actually use mold earth on his ankles, his stomach, his other arm, and his shoulder, so he can't and then she'll also do it to the arm, so he can't move. He can move his head, but he can't move his body. And she
So-
goes,
Real quick,
so-
I just want to try and say something real quick. What's your spell save DC?
It is. Let me see. Mold earth.
There might not be a save usually associated with Mold Earth, but what's your spell save DC in general?
in general, it's a third. I think it's a 13. Let me see. It's a. Let me look real quick. I apologize. One second.
That's fair. We're going to add a plus.
13.
We're going to add a what?
13.
13. We're going to add a +7 to that from the Mold Earth. And it's not necessarily to escape the spell's effect. It's just because now it's just Earth. It's not magical Earth that's magically still being Earth that shape. It's just now that. So if I ever have Zaphriel try to like roll to break from his restraints, that's what the DC is going to be.
Cool. So that'd be
20.
18. No wait. DC +5.
Because you said your spell save DC is 13, and I said +7.
Oh shit. Yeah. So 20 then.
20
Right.
would be the DC.
Yes. So she just takes a deep breath, and she's just like, "Wish me luck, Mama Bear." She grabs the needle and just starts listening to his instructions. While she gets in there.
You see, right as you get ready, you hear a wait, hold on, and you watch as a rope flies up ahead above your guys' situation, and a rope is now being used from wagon to wagon, essentially, being hung across. So a lantern now is like now hanging right above the head of the operation table, giving you nice light when it's cloudy.
Oh, that's so much better. Thank you, mysterious voice.
Pocket's like, hey, no problem, anything to help. Not much of a surgery guy. I'm here if you need me, though. And you see as Endless and Pocket kind of like stay in the area, but aren't close enough to be involved or get in the way. You watch as Fia approaches from the other side of the operation table, opposite to you, Troxy, and you watch as an additional light source, her flames now cover her hands. And Zaphriel, how do you feel now seeing these flames on her hands as she approaches you?
Zaphriel is completely calm.
I love it. So, please describe, Zaphriel, what this first stage of the operation is going to look like for the first check. And we'll have either one of you make a check about it.
I would like to... I'm not sure if you'll allow this, but could I cast Spiritual Weapon as a needle and thread?
You could, but because after I'm going to say no, because the concentration aspect of the spell is like...
It's not actually concentration.
Oh, it's not?
It's not.
Oh, well, okay then. Yeah, sure. I'll allow it. Why not? Yeah, why not?
It only lasts for a minute, but...
Okay. Yeah,
She
sure.
won't waste any time.
Sure, yeah. It would be a good way to start. You can use like divine implements to start off the surgery, but you'd have to use regular ones after that.
Okay. Troxy, I need you to pay attention very carefully.
Troxy, right as he says that, the whole world just kind of... And you just hear... Dun, 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 dun,
As
your
you
heartbeat.
see... As you see from my other hand sprouts a super bright divine light as this tiny, tiny, tiny needle is just floating through the air as it goes through the flesh and starts weaving the muscle back together.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, do you want this to be how you participate in the skill challenge, or are you trying to set her up for like an advantage?
Well, it's how I'd like to participate for this first
That's
round.
fine. That's
But
no.
also, if that is like giving instruction would give advantage, I'd like that.
Yeah, it will just have to be. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. Please make a Spell attack. Yeah, make a spell attack on yourself. You're not wearing any armor, so it's just your dex plus. It's just 10 plus your dex.
For a spell attack,
Yeah.
that is. Wait. 10 plus dex?
So you're not wearing armor right now, so your natural AC is 10 plus your dex modifier.
Well, my, being a barbarian, my AC is 16. I don't wear
Oh, that's
armor.
right. That's right. Never mind. That's right.
Regardless, my spell attack is. It's plus 6, so that is a 23.
And oh boy, have you never been in this predicament before? You've always wondered if you'd ever be in this position, and yet here you are, looking down at your arm, magically conducting a divinely conjured needle and thread as you begin to attach the muscle fibers. The first part of the procedure is successful, but after you finish, the amount of sweat that is pouring off your forehead trying to like maintain enough focus for you to like be with it and not fuck anything up is like giving you a headache, and by the end of it you have to like lie down because the pain you're starting to feel now is starting to become too much for you to just sit there and try and operate on yourself.
Okay, as the spell starts dissipating. Okay, up to you guys.
She goes, you just sit there nice and tight. I got you. I got this. Focus. As she grabs it and she'll start sewing.
Would I be back at this time to pitch in? And pocket the other back.
Oh shit, dude! I forgot that. Okay, let me totally be honest. I forgot that Endless and Pocket were at the tower. We're gonna. They're not there. They're not there.
Okay.
They're at the tower still. That's my bad. I'm just so used to having to fill
All
them in the
good.
blanks. That's my bad. Yeah, they're
You're
not.
good.
All good.
Right now in the timeline, like if you, I'm seeing.
It's like the same time, right?
Yeah, like you guys. I'm thinking maybe took 20 or 30 minutes. So like,
Yeah.
you'll probably come back after Troxy's check.
Okay.
Gonna roll a medicine.
Yes, please roll a medicine check. Can you roll a concentration check for me, Zaphriel? The DC is 15. If you roll higher than a 15, I'll allow you to give her a bit of advice that will give her advantage on this check.
And that's based off of Constitution.
Yes.
Would Bear's Endurance still be up at this point? It lasts for an hour, and I casted it at the tower.
Yes, it's still up.
Okay. I get to add. No, it's just at advantage.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good start.
Okay.
Okay, so that is 15.
15 is the DC. You just barely pass. Please give Troxy some advice as she starts to sew more. She continues basically right where you left off. Please.
The trick here is to take your time. The flesh is a lot more delicate than what it would seem. Just
Her
make sure that you're going in the same distance and the same length apart from each other as the previous stitches were.
Please make it.
her pupils kind of like dilate because she's like so focusing. She's
right,
like,
just-
yes, sir. Same space. Gentle. Gentle.
Medicine check at advantage.
Gonna go ahead and roll my lucky feet because those were just bad.
Do you have lucky or like the halfling trait lucky?
Yeah, the hacking trait lucky.
Okay.
Okay, so the halfling trait is a little bit different. The halfling trait only lets you reroll a nat 1. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Oh. Okay. So it'd be 11 then, because I had a 9 and a 5 on my advantage rolls. So
Okay.
11.
After 15 minutes go by of you just trying to, like, you're almost kind of like holding your breath, and you're getting it into this syncopation where, like, you're only breathing every, like, 15 seconds. So, like, you're only taking like 4 or 5 breaths a minute as you're just sitting there, just as calm and as focused as you can be. And about 10 minutes goes by. Zaphriel, you look down. That's not so good, but you hold your tongue because you don't want to make this situation any worse. And over the next 10 or 15 minutes, you are able to sew the flesh together, but that is a failure. That's the first fail. And it's right as you are, like, looking over, you see that the rest of the fellowship is now just showing up. Raiden, Endless, and Pocket all come upon the scene of the operation, but before anyone else gets the chance to act, Fia was going up next. Anyone else who would like to act can go in after that. So, Fia, you notice the rest of the fellowship approach, and they just sort of all meet eye contact. They don't necessarily say anything. They just they understand the seriousness of the situation. And as you look down, you see. Can you roll a Constitution save for me one more time, Zaphriel?
$17.
17 was the DC. I increased it by 2. You look down and you see Zaphriel. I mean, you have purple skin, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a faded purple look. Until...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Could I... Okay.
No, please.
Up until this point, you weren't entirely sure exactly how Zaphriel was keeping his composure. And as you start to see him kind of like, his eyes kind of start drooping a bit, and the color really starts to fade to like almost translucent. It's weird. I'm not sure how many like ASMR you've run into. But you see Zaphriel's like eyes open as they turn a bit brighter white as the divine magic is still coursing through him.
Yeah, essentially, like at this point, the divine spell's effect is more or less what is even helping him stay conscious at this point. Like, really, like the paste was nice that you made, but like once things got started, it almost became like irrelevant because of the amount of pain that he was in. But Fia, you look down and you see he like his like right shoulder has a bit of a a little bit of a convulsion. Every like couple of seconds it'll twitch, and you just see he has cold beads of sweat, and he looks over at you, and his eyes are like, you don't see pupils or even an iris. It's just divine light looking at you, like he's like in the avatar state, you know. How do you want to help in this situation? Like, you can attempt to try and heal and maybe mend some of the wounds or damage that Troxy could have potentially caused. You can try and continue on with the sewing work. You can like try, you know,
That's not what I don't do like that. I don't know how to like do your own spells.
Oh, so like, you just use a sorcery point, and then any spell that does fire damage will.
He's a dragon.
You roll the
What?
damage, and it does half of it. You heal half the damage rolled.
Half the damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything else is the same.
You'll be able to
if you cast
use
fireball,
at least
you
2
would
fingers.
You would use fireball.
Well, that's what
And
I'm
then
thinking.
half
Like
of the
even if we're
fireball damage is
successful,
what
I'm
is
not sure
healed.
I'll be able to regain full function.
Robot hand. Robot hand.
You could, but your healing fire magic would be more effective.
Become the Anakin Skywalker you were meant to be.
All right, Fia. as you stand there on the other side of the operating table, you now at this time, Raiden and Endless and Pocket are now almost making a full circle around the table, and Zaphriel, you're almost unaware of their presence because of the amount of pain and concentration that you are in. Fia.
I'm going to use a sorcery point to cast Burning Hands as healing. And so that's...
Can you describe how that looks? That's badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, instead of it being like fire, it's more like a blue coming out, but it also, in the description too, it says like it's icy. So it's like has that a cooling effect.
He just created icy hot.
Basically.
So we can assume that you're foregoing the save, that you just take it. So Fia, you approach. You kind of have to stand where Troxy just was, and because of the nature of the spell, it's a 15-foot cone. But because of the way you're able to manipulate the magic, you just sort of like, essentially, you can, in a way, you can get it to where like his whole person is being consumed by the. Does it still look like flame, or is it just like blue? What does it look like?
Hold on,
Yeah, I mean, you can come up with something if you want.
Yeah.
It could even still be fire, but it just doesn't hurt.
Yeah, so it still kind of looks like fire, but because of like the icy hot effect, it doesn't necessarily like have ice per se, but I guess it has like maybe snowflakes or like something.
Okay.
But yeah, mostly just like a thin sheet of blue. And then I'll focus it on Zaphriel, and then especially like have the point go to his wound.
Cool. Go ahead and go ahead and roll damage.
I just imagine, like, since Zaph's kind of out of
You
it,
can
my
add your
9 foot
charisma
tall
modifier
ass
to
looks
this.
like Shaquille O'Neal. Icy hot, like from the commercials.
Pretty good.
I think Burning Hands is 3d6.
Wow.
Oh,
Pretty powerful spell.
So I did 13, and my charisma is +5, so 18 total. I think he takes half, so 9 points of healing.
Noise.
so as you walk up, you cast Burning Hands, and it still like looks like fire, but it's maybe a little more dull. And right at the palm where the flame is coming out, you just see like a torch. There's like a bit of blue and like even white part of the flame, and you just sort of like concentrate the most of the spell's effect on his nub and the amount of work that has been done, and the balance has now been restored. You watch as some of the tissue that Zaphriel had sewn has now closed up considerably, and the tissue that Troxy had worked on is now looking in much better condition. Like the stitches almost reorganize themselves as the flesh reheals itself, if that makes sense. Raiden, as you approach, how would you like to participate in this operation?
Question as a player, curiously.
Sure.
Rules as written for mending can mend leather, which is technically cells. Can that mend muscle tissue?
Right. So this was something that Fia had tried earlier,
Okay.
which I thought was clever, and it essentially what I had ruled in the moment was that, like, since it's not traditionally used as a healing spell, it wasn't able to do anything super significant that would warrant any amount of positive change. However, it could maybe delay the inevitable, at best. But
Okay.
if that's totally a totally acceptable thing that you would do to try, though. It doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing. It's just not as effective as like an actual healing spell.
Also, remember you said he had some necrotic kind of damage. Does lesser restoration help with that?
I believe restoration is poisons, exhaustion.
Yeah,
curse.
it's like conditions like blinded, deafened, paralyzed, poison, stuff like that.
So,
Okay.
lesser restoration might not necessarily help, but it could potentially, like, if you could come up with a creative way to use it, I could see it being used as part of the process.
If you have like any way of boosting Constitution, that might help because, those checks are gonna start getting ridiculously high. I've been getting lucky so far.
A way to boost your checks. Let me see if I have a spell like that. Let's see. That's not for that. Let's see. Is this for anybody? No, that's for me.
If you can use a skill that you are proficient in, I'll give you advantage with the check.
So I have, let's see, cure wounds,
Oh, that's perfect. That's totally
lesser
reasonable.
restoration, web. I have expertise in all my proficient tools, which is alchemist, brewer, enchanting, smithing, thieves, and tinkering.
All right. Well, if you had any sort of way you would want to use those creatively, I would allow it. That, just make something make sense. I'm up for it.
Pulls out a robot hand. Robot hand.
Fine, I guess we can try and save his human hand, but if this doesn't work, I have other possibilities, possibly robot aspect. Anywho, using his alchemist supplies, if there's any herbs left from what Troxy got, could he use that in combination with like a lesser restoration to just kind of cover around like the arm area as it's being sewed, kind of to like for pain, sedation, a restorative effect, and maybe just prevent disease, because it's kind of part of lesser restoration as it cures disease.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm trying to think of what skill check that would fall best under. Medicine, most likely, but what do you
Could have him make an alchemist, like alchemy check. Using.
I would want more of an alchemy angle. Like, give me more of how you're using your alchemy, if that's the way you want to take it.
Can Raiden, using his intelligence and extensive years of time reading a plethora of herbalist books for his alchemy, like expertise, go through the adjacent forest, take any kind of herbs that naturally have a healing type property, mix those together with his cure wounds to make like a really good herbal concoction to help heal?
So that could be possible. However, the werewood that you're closest to is still probably about half a day's travel, so it's not feasible. But you could still attempt to do that. However, a cure wounds could suffice with the mixture that Troxy had made, and you can see how well that goes.
Okay, different angle. Alchemy jug. Could I get that filled with anything to help this?
You tell me.
I assume I can't just
with alcohol or something.
I
Raiden,
assume I can't just fill it with a potion, but
Raiden, as you're sort of cycling through these sort of ideas, you watch as like Zaphriel coughs. And Zaphriel, we've reached next stage. I need you to just roll a death save. You did a +3 because of the power of friendship, though.
That's a dirty 20.
Well, fuck. Doesn't even matter. You watch as, in your mind's eye, you see the divine gate and cord just beyond it, but the divine gate sort of like masks his image, but you feel him, and he says, "No." And you open your eyes once more as they begin to blink with the divine light.
Okay, I got you. Can I fill the alchemist jug with honey, put that in my supplies, garlic, or not garlic, coconut oil, put that in there, and aloe vera, combine that concoction together with healing word or healing hands to make a healing potion?
Sure. Please roll roll for healing, and you can add a +2 because of the concoction.
Okay. Just pulls out a whole chemistry set while he's doing this, is what y'all see. Let's see, 2d8, okay. Those aren't 8s. This is an 8. Oh, what was the plus?
+2.
9.
As you start to use healing hand, healing word, or is it healing word, or is it cure wounds?
Cure wounds, that's what
Okay,
it is.
cure wounds. Your hand glows with a similar green healing magic. Zaphriel, you begin to feel a certain amount of adrenaline become relieved off of you, but not enough to like lose your concentration. The surgery, after almost 2 hours, is a success.
Oh, no more rolls.
Noise.
No, that's it. That's it. Raiden was it was like pass, fail, and the next one, that's it. Zaphriel,
Hey.
you lay there as you look down. Please try to move your finger. Roll a d100.
She'll take off mold earth restraints off of him.
Okay, they just sort of like they pull back like shackles and then just turn into sand.
It's
Yep.
a 93.
93. You oh, it's your left arm, I guess. So you like move your first finger. You did a little bit of a thumb wiggle, and you kind of can twitch your pinky. You have movement. There are things happening that are good.
Raiden like pokes it. Can you feel this?
Yes. Ouchie.
Yes.
Ouch.
Yeah.
But
Okay, cool.
he pokes over more towards the center of your wrist, and it gets kind of numb. There's a portion like of your palm that goes in towards your wrist, that whether it's because of nerve damage or not, you don't. It's hard to like feel anything, and that's adding to the reason why it's so difficult to move your fingers in the first place.
Neurological connection is established. That is quite well.
Zaphriel, you sort of lean up.
I lean up and try to stand up and just collapse back down on the chair.
Endless sort of like catches you. Hey, take it easy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Zaphriel just passes out.
We're going.
Telling the group that, like, if not for the bull's endurance, I failed every single one of the con
Oh
saves.
shit, really?
Yeah.
So it really was because you casted that spell.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nuts, dude.
Did he pass out from blood loss or pain? That is my current question.
Well, after the procedure ends is about the time the spell's effect wears off, and once that does, dude, it's fucking lights out for Zaphriel. He just passes the fuck out on that operation table. Is there anything you want to do in the meantime until Zaphriel's awakening?
I'll cast
Go ahead.
I'll cast another like healing spell just to hold them over.
All right.
Man, managing two things with push to talk, really.
I feel that.
But fireball, I'm gonna cast fireball, which is 8d6.
Please.
Is that an AoE healing?
Yes.
That's so cool.
8d6. Holy crap.
How do you describe it? Like how do you conjure the fireball and just like you basically just throw it on the party essentially?
Yeah, so it's gonna be the same type of thing. It's gonna be like a blue fireball instead.
Cool.
And I'll stand back a little bit and cast it at Zapriel. That's the target.
So, I mean, everyone is essentially within the range of your spell. So, anyone who was low on hit points can be healed up now. But you watch as she holds up her hand, and in front of her palm, you see like a small fireball the size of like a golf ball manifest, and then it shrinks down to the size of like a pea, and as that happens, it zips through the air and just kind of zzz, and in the middle, you watch her like snap her fingers, and it like shifts to like a blue hue as it explodes onto the party. Everyone just feels this like cool sensation that makes your hairs stand up if you have them. Sorry, Raiden.
He's got some hair.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Maybe like some like hair
he's
stuck
got
in the inside of his eye
You don't know
socket.
it, but he's got a whole afro of hair left.
I can't wait for you to take off your helmet then. But what? Go ahead and roll the damage.
Do you have one dice I can borrow? One.
Yeah, that's quite a few.
Oh, I had a bunch of D6 in here.
Hold on, I know where the dice are. I'll be right back.
Yeah, dude. Riley wanted to play a Phoenix Sorcerer, but that never made it out of Unearthed Arcana. And I tried looking it up, and it's like, it's not bad, but there were like some changes I would want to make to it that were like kind of not so desirable.
Yeah.
There you go, Cole.
But I didn't end up having enough time for it. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. And so I just found something on D&D Beyond, dude, and this one's pretty cool. It's not too bad.
That's badass.
Anyways, so you throw a fucking blue fireball into the party, and everyone just kind of it feels like they just stepped out of a sauna.
Proxy is actually kind of like, after seeing how bad of a job she did to his arm, she's oh, what's my voice right now?
All things considered, like it was a failure because it didn't pass the check, but the job wasn't necessarily bad. It just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, but Proxy admires him, you know, and she's only like 16 years old.
Gotcha.
She's just kind of really disappointed in herself, and she's being quiet right now.
Okay. Raiden, did you want to do anything in the next hour or two to let Zaphriel come to his senses?
Yeah. Originally, as soon as the surgery's a success, he takes his alchemy jug, says milk, and then just dumps it on himself like a victory champagne. He's like, job well done. Good victory, hard fought.
Like Gatorade at a football game?
Yeah, just dumps on the armor, and then it's kind of like absorbed into it.
Great.
He's like, great, good milk. I'm going to just go lounge, kind of right here, actually, kind of like against the rock he's kind of on, but not like putting his weight on. He doesn't want to like hurt the table, so he's just kind of sitting there waiting.
Gotcha. Zaphriel, can you make a spell casting check, I guess?
The healing was 14 points for everyone.
All right, everyone.
Nice.
If you needed the 14 points. Voomed up.
Full heal.
Nice.
Yee.
That is actually just a 9.
9. You're sort of kind of having that sort of feverish dream feel, you know, just because of the discomfort that you are currently feeling. As you are sort of like looking around, trying to get a sense of where you're at, what would you say are like the 2 colors that best represent Zaphriel? And which one is the prominent one?
Like a super faded blue and white is probably the prominent color.
You look around, you don't see a ceiling above you, just kind of a black void with a white tiled floor with a light blue grout in the center of it all that like is dimly lit dramatically throughout the room, not necessarily exposing all parts of the wall, sort of giving it this sort of like curved effect because of the shadows. And you hear clink, clank, clink, and you hear a sound of splashing water, which now what you didn't realize is a room about 2 or 3 inches of standing water is now just like in the room, whether it was there before or not, it is now. And there's another splash and another clink, and the last clink and splash you hear sounds like like an echoing blast as it just rings through the room, and through a bit of darkness steps a cloaked figure in black full metal plate as he emerges from the darkness and stands with like a sort of like come and get me, sort of like not quite the whole Neo thing, but like something adjacent, something that taunts you.
I approach and maintain a 10-foot distance from it.
You're only able to walk about 3 or 4 steps before you have to stop. The room itself is maybe 20 feet by, or 30 feet. It's hard to honestly tell because of the dramatic lighting. You just hear the empty words echoing through the armor as if it were hollow and didn't contain a person. Radagast. And it just sort of like is this whispery words of Radagast echo off of the walls, and now the sounds of dripping water are coming from the ceiling, and it adds to the ambience of the situation.
Zaphriel spits.
As you spit, as you spit, whatever motion of that like breaks the reality for you. As the spit meets the contact of the standing water in the room, you gasp up, and like you gasp up in pain, and then reach over to your left arm because it's now hurting because of the sudden fast movement. It actually kind of catches everyone who at this point is either sitting by the fire that's been made or around it in the area. You all notice independently Zaphriel like gasp up from like a nightmare almost, grabbing his arm in pain.
I prepare a sling just for my arm.
Yeah, there's actually one even just hanging on the side of the table there.
I put it on.
And you're able to do so?
I help him put it on.
Sure.
You mentioned a Black Knight at the tower.
Repeat. Sorry, what?
You mentioned a Black Knight at the tower.
Yes. With curly hair and all that. Yeah.
In my unconsciousness, I think I may have stumbled upon this person.
Maybe you had some influence into your mind.
Endless sort of like steps over closer to the table. Kind of like puts his hand on his mouth. You don't think? No way. And he just looks at you with a serious face. Zaphriel, before he like masks it, because you know the reality of that being true is like not easy to think about. So he backs out of that real quick.
Speak your mind.
He's just like, I don't know, man. He's trying to throws his hands up and just kind of sits back by the fire and scooches his little like chair that he has closer.
Well, I'm glad we were able to take care of this at the caravan, but do you feel that we still have more to do here?
I don't know if this
I
is a
speak
good.
to the whole party.
I don't know if this is a good time to say this, but the tower's live.
I suspected as much. The first time we were there. How did you find this out?
So after you guys had left, I noticed your blood was being almost consumed into the tower. Inglis tested this as well, and it was also the same case with his blood. With just my knowledge, I surmise that the tower is some sort of focus for their power in a construct.
Fia, how do you react to hearing to that?
I don't know. It's creepy, and I'm just kind of speechless in a way, I guess.
If we don't think we can find out anything more from that tower, I say we destroy it.
Way ahead of you, me, Inglis, and Pocket beat the shit out of it, and the walls started bleeding blood, like a dark, viscous, like old blood, and punched through one of the walls, and it's kind of like it has organs inside.
Yeah, I collected some of it. And you see Pocket pulls out of his pouch that he has on the side a vial that's like rather skinny and it's about 2 inches long. I have some of this. You want it?
Maybe keep it in the bag of holding.
You got it. And he just kind of drops it in.
Troxy just kind of is just letting them talk. She kind of she's like hugging one arm and she kind of kicks a small little pebble and just listens.
Oh, Troxy.
Oh.
I would like to say to everybody, things could have gone very wrong there, and if not for all of your help, I'm not sure if I would have made it out of that.
I think it was a valiant team effort.
Even still, because of the efforts of all of you, I can continue to fight.
I'm glad you're able to.
What do you say, Dia?
I said I'm glad you're able to.
I think they both pretty much said the same thing at the same time.
Yeah,
Try.
Raiden said I can drink to that, and he drinks a bunch of milk.
Troxy just nods her head.
So do you have to like raise the visor of your helmet to do that? Or do you have to like take your helmet off to drink milk? How does that work, Raiden?
Sorry, roommate's friend was offering me some bougie drink. He called it.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
um, so there's like grates in his his helmet, so it kind of pours a little bit,
Oh,
but
okay,
it gets
okay.
in there.
Okay.
I mean, it just kind of is magically air quote somehow absorbed.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I gotcha. So as y'all are sitting there, it's about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you gaze upon the tower, and in the last couple of hours, there have been that group of abominations that you had noticed earlier, about 200 feet or so off in a southwestern direction, have now actually migrated towards the tower and are sort of like suckling from like the ooze that you imagine that's still like dripping from it. It's kind of gross. There's 15 of them, and they're all like it's like looking at a disgusting litter of puppies.
Troxy kind of like coughs a little bit, and she says in kind of a very quiet voice, maybe we should, I don't know, maybe we should get the Empire to send a garrison with us. What if more of those things come and we have to fight the house and an army?
I do agree with that, but even if we were able to convince them, there's a war going on right now. I'm not sure they'd be able to even provide a platoon. We can absolutely try, I agree with you.
You watch that go right over her head. She had no idea there was even a war going on right now.
Yeah.
There's a war?
Yeah, unfortunately, between the Empire of Krakmal and Urim.
Wow. Interesting.
Maybe they might have like a small station garrison of maybe town folk. I just don't think we should go into this alone when there's a horde. And the thingy, her head stays kind of down a little bit as she talks. The tower is alive. I mean, what else can it do? I just don't think we can fight that and the horde on our own.
You're right.
If it makes you feel any better, I mean, we beat the hell out of it and punched through a wall and it didn't do anything, so it might not move, or maybe it was so insignificant damage to it that it did not care to move.
Well, the thing that still confuses me, you guys, even though we've seemingly found nothing within the tower, why are they going to the tower?
What if it's like feeding them substance?
Exactly.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
If it's actually alive and giving them essence.
What if the dead corpses use the blood inside them to fuel the magic inside? Like, basically the corpses are a catalyst to the magic, or the tower fuels the corpses, either or.
I think regardless, the tower needs to come down.
I agree.
Maybe we can get some of the Empire's mages. A few of them is easily 10 or more men.
Is anyone proficient in perception?
I am.
Yes.
If you're proficient, please make a perception check.
Okay. 20. Dirty.
Okay.
17.
17? Were you proficient? So 17 and 20?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So, as Zaphriel is sitting there, sort of like in the middle of a thought, like, you all collectively, with the power of your combined intelligences, feel like you're on the precipice of something. Like, you don't know what it is, but something is happening here. And as you two sort of look out to the tower as a cautionary measure, you notice the lying bodies, like puppies, like I imagined earlier. You notice that two of them have become like sort of like more shriveled, or at least they're more thinner than they used to be, and you see one of the abominations accidentally steps on one of them, and like it just like breaks into dust. And you watch as a third one. You just watch as like it almost like whatever it is that this abomination has, it seems to be giving it to the tower.
So as I surmised.
Corpses power the conduit.
Yeah. So like as Troxy and I surmised, the corpses are giving themselves basically to the power, the fuel, something.
Thinking if it's something to do with the people popping in and out, maybe that's like what feeds the magic, or that's why they go there, because someone who pops into the bottom is calling them into the basement.
So, should we go back to Urim, or do we take a stand?
I say we fight
That's
the
what we
tower.
came here to do.
I agree.
By the time we can get anyone out here, who knows what could happen. Just in the time that we spent away.
Well,
I can understand the hesitation. But we've come this far.
and right then it transforms into a bear.
This is what I'm talking about.
Cool.
Thunder Gauntlet.
Describe the transformation, please.
She's still feeling pretty down about herself, and so she's still being quiet, and she just kind of does like an unenthusiastic, just like this, and as she does this, you start to see like a ball of fur form, and as it reaches all the way down, her hand kind of goes up, and then it like flicks, and it's a paw, and then as it moves, and all the fur moves, you see the bear face, and she kind of unballs herself.
It just like that unfolds into a bear.
Yep.
I love it.
That's cool.
All right, everyone gets their Avenger moment here. What you're up next, Raiden?
So Raiden kind of, I don't have a good reference, but he kind of like throws his fist down, kind of like you're shaking water off your hand, but like into a fist, and just like as like lightning starts to arc around the gauntlets. I can go for a couple more rounds. How about we show this tower who's who?
Cool. Fia, you're up. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna take my wand, my staff, looks like a wand currently, out of my belt and fling it open, and then I'm gonna have a fireball like be at the top of it.
Cool. She does like a flourish with her hand, and the wand shifts to the size of a cane. Not cane, rather a staff. And as she does a little flourish, a little little ball of flame sort of gently sits above it like a candle. Zaphriel?
On the caravan, is there a banner or a scabbard of sorts of the standing bear?
There's a banner, yeah.
Yeah, there's a banner. Mm-hmm.
I tear it off and tie it to the end of my halberd.
Ooh.
Hell yeah, dude.
That is the coolest thing ever.
And I just use the halberd as a sort of walking stick as I bear the symbol of the standing.
As you take center frame, you watch as Endless and Pocket take heroic but generic yet stances none the same in the back. As everyone sort of has their sort of moment, freeze frame, you watch as just the perfect amount of timing of wind comes in to let the standing bear logo flow in the wind as it's tied off on your pommel, exposing just a little bit of the bear's face. Everyone gets advantage on their first check because that's cool.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Alright, you guys stand there heroically like the Avengers looking at this tower. What are y'all gonna do?
Fia, do you have any more fireballs available?
I think so.
Okay. Raiden and Trotsy, you and I are going to lead all three of us are going to lead the charge and keep them away from Fia as she tries to destroy the tower.
Proxy will let out a roar. Do the roar.
What if I use my alchemy jug Fill it with alcohol and just dump it as much as possible over as much as the area. Then she uses the fire.
Trotzi and I will keep you protected while you do this. I
Okay.
have ways of getting us all out, but do keep in mind, we all need to try to stay as close together as possible.
Okay.
It's very easy to get outnumbered in a situation like this.
She nods her because she's like the size of a little bit bigger than a cub bear. No, she's like half a black bear. She's like nods.
Sorry, I'm just getting some things in order.
Oh, I also have Moonbeam. Ooh.
Oh my god, we missed the opportunity to be like, you have my claws, you have my gauntlets, you have my staff, and my halberd as well.
That's all right.
Too referencey.
We're this close to greatness.
This close.
I just think of Krennic from Rogue One.
Okay, sorry, hold on. I need some battle music up in here, y'all.
I got you.
Proxy's actually gonna, because as she just realized she has Moonbeam, she's gonna untransform and get ready to use that first.
Moonbeam is so fucking cool.
Yeah, it does.
It's one of the coolest druid spells.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I
Oh, this is good. I got you perfect one. This is hype.
Great.
Are the abominations at the tower right now?
I will get to that in just 1 second. Oh, no. Those two noticed the one. I mean, you all knew they were down there at the bottom by the tower, but only Troxy and Raiden were aware of them, like, being sort of like sucked up. But I mean, they did bring that up, so everyone knows that now, so it's okay. Oh boy. Okay, I need to turn this music down just a little bit. Alright. So, because I can, everyone, for
You're muted
me,
if you're talking to us.
I was talking to you, sorry. Because I can, everyone is now experiencing the benefits of a long rest, whether it be from the gods above, beyond the divine gate, or some other supernatural means. Suddenly, as you guys finish your pose, you take a deep breath, and it's just like you got fucking 8 hours of sleep.
Hell yes.
Awesome possum.
You can take a full rest. Oh, it's that one thing. Just click on
I guess
the...
Proxy, I guess at this point,
white-
after a pose, Proxy's gonna run toward the tower.
Just click on the white part of the website. Oh, maybe click the... Oh, click the menu button up there at the top. There. Oh, no, that was in the way. So now go to manage up there by your name. Scroll down. Alright, did everyone take their long rest on their character sheets?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. If you need to prepare spells or anything, you can do that, but I don't think... Actually, no one. No one needs to prepare for spells. Never mind.
Defensive field if I can.
No. So, as you guys approach the tower in that moment, as you guys get done sort of having your heroic moment, you notice about 80 feet away, all the abominations that were there before are now dead and husks, like you had noticed, like the first two. And some of the damage that you had dealt to the tower is still very much present, but there's some of the mortar from the top of the tower has been sort of smooshed back together into the brick shape of a tower. And it's at this point, from the top of the roof, you see a dark ovally shape that has a dark sort of particle-like effect steps out a heavy armored individual with dark ebony like points of like solid metal that come to on the shoulder. You notice right as a cloud goes over the sun, you watch as he raises one hand up in the air as he begins to swirl. At first you don't hear anything, and then you hear the sound of a whispering voice coming over the wind, and then eventually it's just filling the space, and it is casting some sort of spell as you see the clouds above start to turn a green, yellow, sickly color as they start to spiral. And the knight brings down his fist, takes a couple steps back into this dark, almond-like shape of a portal, bamps the fuck out right as the cloud that is spiraling down comes down like a drill on the top of the tower, splintering, sending bits of material everywhere from the roof. As the cloud begins to almost funnel inside of the tower as if it's like being like it's like almost like it's consuming it. And once it does, it's sort of like everything goes silent for just a second when suddenly like the whole tower just like breaks into like a million pieces. It's almost as if like every single brick that made this tower, or every single piece of cobblestone that made this tower, instantly separates. Like everything comes apart at a second and comes together in such a chaotic force that it sends debris and like bits of material flying and dirt and dust as it starts to mold and shape into this strange, odd configuration. I'll let everyone get one chance to do something before I start combat with the next action. The bad guy is still bad guying up right now, so you got one chance to prepare, essentially.
Troxy is just gonna untransform, and with those clouds, is there any lightning happening at the moment?
No, in fact, once the cloud that was the building was sucking in, it has completely sucked it in, that effect stops. Like, it's still overcast, like, there's nothing spooky in the sky anymore. Like, that effect is now one and done, and was part of the spell you would imagine for the tower.
So Troxy just puts her hands in the air, and she, like, acts like she's molding something as new clouds start to form, very dark clouds start to form above the house. And as the clouds form, she stops and she puts her hand up in the air, and it's like a spark. Just like, here's my hand, she does this, and she slams her little hand on the
Call
ground.
lightning!
As she does call lightning.
Yes, dude!
60-foot radius bolt just slams down onto it. And her eyes just like explode with electricity.
Like freaking Storm from the X-Men, please roll damage.
It's going to be 3d10. Which one is? I figured it out. Double zeros is 100, right? Wait, that's D100.
Yeah, if you roll a 0, that means you rolled a d10.
Let me see here. It's this one, right? I'm so bad at this.
What's the damage?
Is that a D10?
Yes.
Okay. $21 damage.
21 damage?
Yep.
There's large, bright light. It almost has a blue hue to it because of how bright it is. Comes crashing down like a freaking, what's that sauce juice that he has? No, not Chidori. It's like this. Kieran, yes.
Could it be a bear? Could it be like a bear?
Yeah, like right before the lightning crashes, it takes the the generic shape of a bear's mouth opening as it slams down into the top of the tower, and you watch it like the tower reacts in pain in a way that doesn't look like it should be moving. Like right now it looks like an undulating pile of debris, like it looks like a pile of garbage, but as you strike it, you watch as like its body suddenly gets very lit with light and is able to move like it's like it's strange. Anyone else who wants to go up to bat next?
I want to cast Burning Hands again.
Okay, real quick. Burning Hands is a 15-foot.
Oh, I'm Burning Hands. Sorry, I meant Fireball.
Oh fuck yeah! Go, please roll damage.
Fireball.
Yeah, you just and you don't even I don't even roll for a save because it's just a pile of rubbish.
This is the
Yeah,
first
I
time I've
choose
ever
you.
had anybody cast that.
Cast Fireball.
I've never seen anybody cast Fireball till now.
Wow.
There are some players that do not use it properly and usually end up friendly fire all the time.
Well, I just see so many TikToks about like wizards. That's all wizards use, and I'm like, wow, I've only seen it till now.
Yeah, Fireball's classic, dude.
My
Yeah.
favorite wizard ability is the meteor, the minute meteors.
Oh yeah, those are cool.
Full
It's like Avatar.
35 points of damage.
Wow.
Wow.
That's almost max damage for a fireball. Jesus Christ.
I rolled a lot of 5s and 6s.
Yeah.
Okay, Zapriel. You look over as Fia, almost for a second levitates off the ground with like a human torch-like effect as she slings out her arm, and like with the same motion, a fireball condenses down into like a pea size, and you see as the flames wreath up from the lightning that's now pulling back into the sky. What do you want to do?
Approximately how far are we away?
Well, right now you're like 80 feet away. You guys are just slinging shit off the top of the hill, basically, up by the road where your caravan is at. The tower is approximately 80 feet away.
You see Zaphriel bolt out in a dead sprint as soon as the lightning comes down, you see Zaphriel react to that immediately as he jumps into a rage. His muscles double in size as you see like little static bits run off of him. And
Cool.
at like the speed of light, you swear Zaphriel was there a split second ago, and all of a sudden he's like right at the tower.
Hell yeah. You start in your charge right as the lightning strikes, that you activate your rage, and it's just like you almost feed off of the natural druidic magic that's been conjuring in this moment, and use it to sort of like amplify the movement of your feet as you zip across up to the tower.
I just see like every time he takes a big step, he does like a runner pose as he like leaps.
Yes.
Leaps. You know, so that's what I see. Yeah.
Just for flavor text, like as I land, I just go with a jumping knee to hit an abomination's face against the wall.
And Abomination suddenly is there for your knee to break as its head is squashed and flung into the wall.
Okay, that's all I can do.
Raiden, how you coming into this?
As Raiden flies up like in his power armor as shown, he chucks out a orb of black mist, crushes in his hand as his lightning becomes black instead of its normal color of black lightning. With mist,
Cool.
he casts Hex on the tower.
Oh, nice. You
Like
watch,
with 2 fingers, it just shoots out at the tower.
you like point out, and it just kind of zoof, and it you don't see it make connection. It kind of like about halfway of traveling kind of disappears, but a second later you feel Hex has taken effect, and it's very strange because like still before your eyes this is like a pile of rocks. How do you hit a pile of rocks?
Yeah.
As you charge into battle.
Yeah, and Pot is just kind of clink, 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 holding onto my shoulder.
Yeah, every once in a while he has to like grab his pot lid and put it
Yeah,
back
yeah.
down.
Could I want you to throw her. Right, like, would you have Raiden go to her to throw her?
Excuse me?
Yeah, Raiden's like up with is the party grouped up running to the tower? Just for mind space here.
Okay, so at the moment, if you guys, if Fia and Troxy want to move forward, they can. But as it stands, you guys are 80 feet back, and they are charging. We're gonna put you guys, both of you two, up at the tower, at the starting round. If you guys did want to move, you can move 30 feet close, or your movement speed closer to the tower. But because you casted a spell, you won't be able to use your action to dash to get closer.
I hate to stop the flow of like combat and everything. I gotta tuck the kids in real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Are
I was
you
actually,
at the
go ahead.
tower, Troxy?
No, I'm where we all started when we were all posing.
Yeah. Sophia, basically what happened, oh my god. Basically what happened was, Fia and, Troxy opened up with fucking elemental magic, and you two ran in towards the tower. So if you two wanted to be a little bit closer to the tower, that I'm okay with that. If not, you can be 80 feet
Can I
back.
pick up Little Bear and run with her towards the tower?
I'll say make a athletics check, and this is at advantage because it's but because of your heroic pose.
Okay.
It just fucking like chuck me like a fucking like those Olympians with the fucking iron balls, just fucking toss my ass in like an arc.
Okay. I rolled in 11.
11. Make an acrobatics
Twice.
check for. Make an acrobatics check for me, please. Troxy.
I think Petty needs to go potty, so we can
Okay.
just take a break.
We're gonna take a break. If you roll 12 or higher, you're gonna succeed. I'm just gonna go take my puppy outside real quick.
Yeah, I did. I rolled a 14, so.
Fantastic. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. Can I get initiatives from everyone, please?
Yeah.
Also, who is comfortable with running endless and I guess I can run pocket if someone wants to run endless. I just don't want to run both of them. In fact, if someone wants, if I don't know, if you guys want to take up that, yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah.
I can do English, sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we can just have them be pulled out of the fight. That's okay with me too. Or I can just give a stagnant amount of damage that they do each round. I don't know.
Whatever you prefer. Like,
Sure.
me
I'm
and
fine with
him can
whatever.
take over one of them. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I just whatever. Yeah. Okay, so initiatives. 25 to 20, please.
22.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
Okay, 20 to 15.
16. I changed the music. The last one was like meh.
That's fine. That's fine. 15 to 15 to 10.
11.
Fia, what'd you get?
7.
Oh man. Oh. All right, y'all. At the top of the round, we have Zaphriel. Right at the top of your turn, you see that the gross encompassing size of this pile of rubble is starting to more and more take shape, and at first it seems like a bunch of chaos and different moving parts, but your eyes start to track a pattern to it all. It's all configuring into something when suddenly through the ball of mass, it almost at this point resembles an edge, if you will, a splash of rubble and pieces of iron and wood extend out like a large wing, like maybe 15 feet across. From the other side, another like rubble type wing, and limb by limb you see from this pile of rubble emerge an ancient rubble dragon. just like from Onward, that movie, the movie. You guys are fighting a garbage dragon.
I love that movie. Onward
You
is.
have no garbage can.
And with that, Zaphriel, you're on deck.
Okay.
Right now, this dragon is standing in the place of the tower. From wingtip to wingtip is about 20 feet, about the diameter of the tower. Excuse me, 40 feet from wingtip to wingtip. This thing's pretty big. You're within melee range of it. You assume its range is further than 5 feet, though. We have at the moment Zaphriel right at its feet, and Raiden running like a shot put guy. He goes in for a twist, and with the momentum slings Trotsy clear in the air, and you kind of do a little bit of a twirl with the momentum, and you're able to essentially fly and land right up next towards Zaphriel. Raiden, let's say you're 40 feet away from the tower because of you had to sacrifice some of your movement to be able to throw her, but you're half the distance between the tower and where Fia is currently. Just to set the scene, Zaph, you're up, the dragon's next, Raiden's on deck after that.
Okay. Zaphriel is, well, being in his rage. He can't really use his halberd with his arm.
I'll allow it.
Also, we didn't really figure out the stats for that.
Oh, let's just fucking call it the it's like the classic paladin weapon. What's it? Holy Avenger. We're just gonna give it the Holy Avenger stats, but just on a halberd.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. I don't know what it is, but it sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, dude, the Holy Avenger is like
Hey,
that's like, yeah. Go ahead.
since it takes time for me to go from point A to point B, even being thrown, and these turns are or within seconds, can my turn start with me in the air?
Yeah, why not?
Cool.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool.
As Zaphriel just sees this creature come from the debris, his arm, he just breaks off the sling and pulls up his halberd. Is just going to use the boots of leaping and striding to make a good slash on his face. As he comes back down, he's going to stab up under the chin.
Nice. With the initial strike, you lean a lot of your body into it because lacking some of the strength in your hand, your arm, is really apparent right now, but the rage is enough to sort of like keep it on the back shelf. You slam. Go ahead and roll your next attack. Roll for your attack.
Okay, that is a 24.
That hits.
And a 22.
That just hits.
Ooh.
Yeah, this building, although it's made of rock, is hard and it's old.
So this is, would you consider this a fiend or an undead?
It's considered an undead and a construct.
Okay. He's about to take a lot of damage. Give me 1 second. There's a bit of dice here.
He just grabs a bucket, pours a bucket of dice. He does this.
Okay. That's 10. 10. 4, 14. 13. 20.
What's the damage on that, big boy? Oh, I was on... Sorry. What's the damage on that?
It's going to be 28 points of holy damage.
Damn.
The first slice, shink, and you watch as like the divine power emanating from your halberd almost makes yourself squint as it sears through it like a hot blade through butter. Like you see like the singe of the heat that the radiance is coming upon this construct as you slice down, hit up for your next attack.
Oh, that was in total.
Oh, great. Okay, and then
But
once
it's actually 32. I forgot to add the rage bonus. But
32 points of okay, total. That's going to be that's a gnarly hit. 60. As you finish the second attack, because of the way you were able to slice with your halberd, you kind of are able to take a small chunk, a sliver, if you will, of the mortar and brick of this underbelly of the dragon. Would you like to use your movement?
Yes, I will. I'm going to, as I land, I'm going to back up about, using the rest of my movement, which would be about 30 feet back.
30 feet back? Okay. It's not going to use its reaction to take an attack on you, so you're able to sort of... It seems to be more preoccupied with ascertaining all of the danger on the battlefield. And with that, so you basically move back to where... Okay, so essentially what's happened is you've cycled back to where Raiden is, about the halfway point between the tower and where Fia is, back up at the top of the hill. And Troxy is currently flying through the air towards the dragon. You kind of like cross paths as you move back. With that, the tower is going to act. It's going to take... It's going to use some of its movement. You notice that as it takes a step, the shape of the dragon is almost like an illusion, because like how it is moving on the ground is like almost like a conveyor belt of rocks on its feet. You know what I mean? It lifts its legs up like it's walking, but really it's just like rubble just rolling on itself. Does that make sense?
That's awesome.
It runs. It's going to use its movement to catch up to. Let's see here. It sees you flying in the air. It goes like 15 feet closer to you, and it's going to take a multi-attack on you. Well, actually, how far do you think it's conceivable that Raiden could have thrown Troxy? Because what I'm wondering is, because this dragon has a 15-foot reach attack, and I'm wondering if Raiden or Zaphriel would be in range of that if the dragon was up more forward. Does that make sense?
Hey, go.
30 feet, I guess. 15,
You know,
30 feet.
you know
somewhere
what?
There, depending on the roll. I
You know
guess.
what? The bear's just going to eat all three. Here we go. First
Okay.
attack.
Let's go.
Tried, Claire. Tried.
That's going to be 23 to hit.
That hits.
That's a nat 20. And for the last attack, that's a 16.
Woofles. Okay.
So the first two hit, and the second one's a crit. The first attack is the bite. That's going to be 2d10.
I'm in this one. With some friends. Guys, my brother says hi.
Hello.
Greetings.
We're all waving.
That's going to be a 6 plus 2 is 9 plus. That's 18 points of slashing damage, or excuse me, piercing damage. And then for the claw on the crit is going to be 2d6.
So how much was the first one was 16 damage?
18.
18.
It was 9 plus 9. So this one is. That one's not as bad for the crit, so that's not too bad. So that's going to be a total of 4, 8 plus 9, 17 points of slashing damage as the claw rakes you, but like doesn't like try to throw you with its paw like a cat would, but more like it like goes like you phase through its palm as it slaps you across your face. You know what I mean? Like you
Okay.
get, it's almost like you get slung through the debris that makes up the dragon's body and come out on the other side.
Very cool.
And the third attack comes down with its tail, but its movement is so slow and predictable that you're able to get in at the vantage point where you can sort of jump it over the tail and have it not affect you.
Oh, good.
Raiden, you're up. Troxy, you're on deck.
So like Raiden wastes no time and like walks just like without stopping, walks right past Zaph, and just is like, well, it seems like it's time to take out the trash, as he goes for
At this
a
point, you're
booming
30.
blade.
At this point, you're 30 feet away. Just to let you know.
Yeah, that'll be all my movement just to
Okay.
get to it.
Okay.
So yeah, he'll walk up, and as he walks up, he like on his gauntlet as it just sucks in the magic out of the air around it, making like this like pure raw magic energy flow around the gauntlet as he goes for a punch.
Fucking go for it.
Okay, so I use my hit DC. Nat 20
Oh shit.
plus
Oh,
6
fuck.
or no
Oh.
plus 9, so 29.
Oh yeah, that hits for sure. Go ahead and roll damage.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So booming blade adds damage only if it moves, right?
It has like damage on the initial, but then if
Initial?
it moves, it has damage.
Right. Okay.
Willingly 5 feet. Okay, so that is, let's see, 12 plus another 1d8. $16. Okay, so that's 16. Do I double it, or can I roll double the dice, or is it either or?
Well, typically you would have that before. You would say that before, but because you didn't, we'll just double the dice that you rolled, and
Okay.
then add your modifiers on top of that.
Okay.
I usually don't care either way, but it's more of like something you would want to say before.
Okay. Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, don't feel too bad. I rolled like less than half average damage on my last crit, so. So what's the total on that?
Oh, it's 2d8. I think. No, I had a 1d8. That's right. 30 thunder damage.
Damn. Okay, how do you
You're
how
muted.
does describe that impact, man? That's crazy.
So it's like, as it comes up, it like sucks the air in, almost like an explosion, and then just like just of like a thunderous shock of like kind of like thunder, but almost like with a mechanical aspect of just
Hell yeah, cool. Like a whoop whoop.
yeah, like a
Cool. All right. Troxy is up, but she is stepped away, so we'll wait just a second. And Fia's up right after her. You're up to bat.
Oh, I wanted to use my bonus action.
Oh, go for it. What was it?
Just for my homunculus's attack, just a 1d4 plus 2.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so that's gonna be 3 damage. Let me check just in case.
What was the attack rolled?
Okay, so it has a +4. I was looking it up.
Okay.
That is 7.
So your homunculus sort of like kind of rustles in place on your shoulder as it kind of taps its lid on the top, and goes for a rake across itself, and it manages to scrape some loose rocks, but not enough to do any significant damage.
All right, cool. That's my turn.
All right, Troxy, you're up, and Fia, you're on deck.
So is Troxy still going through the air?
Well, at this point, so let's say, so you were flying through the air and it came at you with a bite, and let's say it's like it caught you in its mouth and went to rake you out of its mouth with its claw. As you were on the ground, it came around for its tail. You kind of like roll out of the way and springed up back into action. So like you're within melee range of it, but like you're no longer in the air.
Okay, Troxy like kind of gets up from the ground. She's kind of breathing kind of hard, with blood from her mouth, and she.
Wait a second. Call lightning is a concentration spell.
I only meant to use it as a one hit, to be honest with you.
Oh well, it lasts for I think an hour or 10 minutes.
Does it?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it does. So I guess
so you
I
can
roll
still have that up if you want.
No, I'll still
okay.
use it.
Go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw. Because I don't remember the damage of last round that you took, let's just say the DC is 13, and if you can roll 13 or higher, we'll say you still have concentration.
Add 8 necrotic damage to mine because I forgot about the hex.
Oh, good call.
I need more lights in my
38.
room. Okay, I rolled a 19 plus
Oh, that passes.
4, so 20.
Yeah, you're good. You still have call lightning up.
She's gonna I can use Moonbeam because that's not a concentration. That was just a spell attack.
I thought Moonbeam was also concentration, but I could be wrong.
Let me see.
Actually,
There should just be a quick hit that I'm aware of. Oh wow, it can be for a minute to get down. Never mind, I'll keep the call lightning for now. She's gonna turn into a bear and just roar. For like her size, the roar does not match. It is very fierce. Actually, you know what? It does match. It's a pretty cute roar. It's
cool. It's it's still cool.
Yeah, and she's gonna go for a because the bear gets the multi attack, right?
Not when it comes to the druidic transformations, I believe. I don't think you get the. I think you get all the stats of the bear, but you don't get access to the multi attack or anything like that.
Let me see.
I could be wrong. Huh?
This here.
That would be when you roll a d20. And
you can stay in the beast
add
shape.
10.
Okay, you gain the statistics. Your game statistics are replaced by statistics of the bear, but you must retain your light personality. You assume the beast's hit points and hit dice when you revert back to your normal form. Let me see here. Then I'm not seeing anything. You can't cast spells and your ability to speak or take action. You retain the benefits of any features from your class resource. You choose whether your equipment falls to the ground, emerges into your new form, or is worn by it. It doesn't say anything if I don't. From what I can see. If I miss something, then let me know.
Hold please.
Did you see what I got, Colton?
Was this some edibles there?
Yeah.
Wow.
About to go on a trip. And it doesn't break concentration when I transform, which is cool.
Yes, that much is true.
Objection, hearsay, lack of foundation.
Oh, Lord. I kind of want to put on a different song. That might be better.
I'm pretty. I'm gonna keep looking, but hold on.
Holding.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, it doesn't specifically say you get you don't get the multi attack. So I'm gonna say that's the case. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me bring up the bear. Let me see here.
Yes. It's your spell modifier plus your proficiency bonus, and
Sorry,
your
guys, just give me a quick second.
one magic item that you have that's increasing your spell save and stuff.
There you go.
True stance.
Okay. Bites.
Regen bonus too.
Multi-attack. Okay, cool. Awesome, awesome. I get a +6 to hit. Cool. That's 16 plus 6, so that's 22.
That just hits.
So she just transforms and just like roars, and the very small roar it is, and she just bam,
Fuck yeah.
bam as hard as she can. It's 1d8. 1d8. You think by now I would know. Here it is, okay. +4. I know claw is actually 2d6 +4, okay, so 4 plus 8. 5. So, sorry, that's 5 plus 4 is 9. Plus 4 again, 10, so 13 damage on the first claw.
Nice.
Eight. So then that'd be 12 with the second claw.
Man, you did just that 12th point of damage. Just was enough to knock it out of its first 100 points of health. As that happens, describe the way the second claw meets contact.
Yes, she goes through that one, and then she just goes up on her 2 feet and just like flings it as hard back as she can, and just whips it, and just falls all the way through, just ripping through.
Right, you take a part of its chest, like up of its like this, where its sternum would be, and rake your hand through it as your bear claw just comes out on the other side, letting out a roar. You watch not just the rock that it had bludgeoned with your bear claw comes out, but some sinew and dark material spills out with it, and comes much more of it comes out than what should before it stops, and the dragon has decreased in about 5 feet of size.
And then I guess Call Lightning will send another bearer head at it.
Check to see if that's an action or a bonus action. I can't remember.
It's an action on your turn.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess I'll just end my turn then.
Fia, you're up to bat. Zaphriel, you're on deck.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Scorching Ray. Do I have to? It has 3 beams. Do I have to do an attack 3 times, or does it hit?
Yeah, attack 3 times. And the first Scorching Ray, you can add your Charisma modifier to the damage.
So the first one is 25.
That hits.
Second one is 14.
That's a miss.
And 23.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage for 2 of them. Just 2 the first one.
20 points of damage.
Solid. Wow. This dragon is nearly a quarter of the size it originally was when this fight
muted.
first started. I'm sorry. So basically, just in this first round of attacks, the dragon's size has decreased by a quarter. It's still quite large, but instead of being 40 feet from wingtip to wingtip, it's like more like 30 feet now. And as the two scorching rays sort of like fly out, they sort of like kind of fly around like small fish in a fish tank as they sort of splash up into the underbelly of this sort of garbage dragon. It sort of, and as it roars its head back, you just watch as like spittle flies out. It's pretty gross. Did you want to use your movement or a bonus action?
Man. Is the bonus action just a cantrip?
If you have one, that could be casted as bonus action. There should be like a bonus action tab, I think. Go to actions and click bonus.
How far away am I?
About 80 feet.
I'll move to be, I'll move 30 feet closer.
Okay. So, Raiden, yeah, oh no, you moved inward. Never mind. Who's in the center?
Actually, I just moved to be 60 feet away from the tower.
Okay. I need to check back in. Okay, so basically, Zaphriel, you're at the halfway point, which was 40 feet away from where the dragon came from. Raiden is currently by Zaphriel.
I'm on it. Like, I'm on the dragon.
Oh, that's right. So now Raiden's on the dragon, also Troxy's on the dragon, and Zaphriel, Fia is like 20 feet, 15 feet behind you. She's moved forward a little bit more. With that in mind, Zaph, you're on deck. Zaph, you're up, and the house dragon is on deck.
Technical difficulties.
The screen goes blue. So please be patient as we experience.
Or is it? Exactly, that song, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Zaphriel's just going to hold his halberd up in the sky as he goes in for another jump, and he's going to slash up and slash down in the same spot.
Your jump now is able to clear the dragon's head, so you can kind of get above it for the come down.
Okay. Yeah, I land down in kind of a spike, and then I ram it down even further for my second attack.
Cool. So you're gonna move you're gonna move back in on the dragon, basically.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Me?
This is gonna be nasty, guys.
Oh shit.
Second attack misses, but the first was a nat 20.
Oh shit.
There's a lot of d10s about to be rolled.
Dragon's just like, and I'm dead.
What?
You see, this Holy Avenger has some special properties against undead that are going to be quite nice here. Okay. 15. 30.
Oh man, that edible is starting to kick in. My eyes are starting to get like that fuzzy feeling.
Yeah. Man, I haven't had an edible in a while.
Well, next time I'm down, I'll hook you up.
It's
Going
just
on
gonna
a
be
trip.
clear disconnected.
Going on the trip. Favorite rocket ship.
From the one strike, the dragon's
Okay.
gonna take 56 points of holy damage.
Holy sh!
Yeah, holy damage.
Holy damage!
So, is there gonna be like a holy effect when you hit it? Like,
You know, describe
Okay.
what happens. Yeah, this is crazy.
As Zaphriel holds his halberd up to the sky, more or less asking for permission to use Cord's power, he jumps up, and as he lands, he almost like does like a needle dive, holding the halberd at the front, going directly like beneath like the bottom of the
Like
neck.
Kiba almost.
Mm-hmm.
it's like gore through just like javelin through you with the dragon.
Yes.
And as he yes.
It's like, not now. I'm critting on a dragon.
I'm about to do something really fucking cool.
Child.
Gosh!
Not now, child. Cord holy light is shining down.
I know.
As I come spiraling down, going into the base of the dragon's neck, it sinks in so far to where when I try to pull it out to do another attack, it takes that full movement to just get it out. As I stand at the base of the dragon's neck.
As you pull your Avenger out, it gets caught and it gets stuck, and you have to pull and pull, and you just pull it out. And like in Spirited Away, when they're like taking care of like the river spirit or whatever that was like tainted, and they just keep pulling and it just keeps like coming out. You watch as you remove your halberd, a trail of viscous and rubble follows in an arc, and you watch as more of the dragon just comes out with the strike, and the dragon is nearly half the size it was when it first started this fight.
I end my turn in a defensive pose next to the other two.
Right as you finish that pose, the dragon sort of like and it just turns its head. At this point now, it's only standing maybe 15 feet tall, and it just like bends its head down towards you. You see now it's able to move a little bit easier now that it's smaller, but you imagine it's probably easier to hit because it's not as much dense rock. But it just looks over at the three of you, and just like its jaw unhinges, and just suddenly you just see flies, gas, and debris and flesh just like just get spewed up onto you. I need Raiden, Troxy, and Zaphriel to please make dexterity saving throws.
Okay.
The 17.
17. Okay.
That is a 18.
18. Okay. And Raiden?
That is a 19.
Are
And
you
I want to use
shitting me?
absorb elements.
17, 18, 19. That is insane.
Okay, this is all going to be halved for you guys. So instead of taking 88 points of damage, you take 44 points of damage. And I need the three of you to make a strength saving throw, DC 15, or you get pushed back 20 feet and fall prone.
Damn, that would have killed me.
What kind of damage is this?
I'm going to say it's like acid. It's like garbage and death, decay. It's not quite necrotic though.
That would have killed me if I took full damage.
Chuck brought up a good point. Using absorb elements, do I just use the dice of absorb elements, like 2d6, to reduce the damage? Because all it says is lessens its effect, but it doesn't give like a how much it lessens.
Yeah, there's hold on, let me pull up the spell.
I got 23 strength.
Okay, that succeeds. So you aren't pushed back and aren't falling prone.
That is a dirty 20.
That took all of her HP. Does that mean she's down? Took all your health?
Me?
Yeah.
No, almost. No, if it would have done 88, I would have been dead. Like, Troxy would have died right then and there.
That's
Okay.
enough to kill you over twice?
Oh, is that how much it needs?
Yeah, in
Yeah.
order to kill you outright, it has to deal your health, like, again. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It would have messed. It would have got me halfway there.
So it says here, it's a D6 for every spell slot above first level. So if you just use it as a first level spell as your reaction, you can roll a D6 and it will lessen the damage by that much.
Okay, I'm using a second level, so 2d6, and I
Okay.
rolled a 17 minus 1, 16.
It's only possible. Wait, what? How'd you roll a 17?
You're muted.
How'd you roll a 17?
The saving throw for strength.
Oh, right. Okay, that's a pass. You're good.
I was like, what?
I was like, what? 17? How did you roll 17 on 2d6?
No. I'll do that now. 5.
So
Five.
you put out your arm and you see like the abjuration sort of field pop up by your forearm, and it absorbs like a brick before you just get slung, and just it's an awful experience.
So I take 39, 44 minus 5.
Yes.
Okay. Feeling that one.
Okay, that's the dragon's turn. It's going to use its movement to fly up and fly over and land by Fia. You three can
2d6.
take an opportunity attack if you want.
I would.
Yes, and it takes
So-
2d6 for moving willingly.
Passing
Okay, go
the
ahead, roll
check,
the
are
damage.
we still on the dragon?
Well,
Underneath it.
yeah, you guys were, in my head, were never like on top of it. Were you wanting to be on top of it?
Well, I landed on top of it while it was still airborne, right?
It was never airborne.
Oh, well, I just misunderstood. Never mind.
It's all
I'm
good.
fine.
It's all
Okay.
good. Go ahead.
As it flies up, Mama Bear sends another viscous of her head. You know, Mother Bear's the spirit. You know, just
Hell yeah.
comes down and just right it bites on it. Just the lightning explodes.
Fuck yeah.
I did a 21 to hit.
And
That hits now.
like as it roars, it sounds like the thunder clap right before it hits.
Fuck yeah. Did you want to take an opportunity to attack Raiden?
14 to hit.
That unfortunately misses.
Okay. And then for thunder damage.
That's 20.
How much was that?
7.
7? Nice, you guys. You guys are fucking chipping at this thing. And you said 20 points of damage? Oh boy.
Oh, and concentration save. Let me do that.
DC is going to be... the DC is half of 39. Whatever that number is.
That rounded up or down?
We'll round down because we're nice.
So that
20.
should be 18,
19.
Right?
19.
19, 19.
Okay, so you break concentration and you're no longer concentrating on Hex.
Well, I got a roll, but I assume I'm not making a 19, but we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, I thought
Maybe
you
it's
rolled.
19.
I thought you were
Oh, I rolled a nat 20.
Oh shit! Well, you maintain concentration.
I don't know if his chords rapture being delivered today or what, but the passes are happening.
I rolled 24 for damage.
Damn. Okay. So with that last opportunity to attack, as it flies off, and you guys just swipe at its belly, essentially, it like struggles to fly up the first couple of flaps because now its size has diminished into the smallest it's going to get at in this fight, and you watch as it's very lithe now, like a lot of the mortar and brick has been lost because you see it just lying everywhere around in this field. And right now, most of the frame of this beast is like mostly wood and metal frame that was used in the construction of the tower, and there are some bricks here and there to like fill out the gut of it all, but it's pretty skinny. It's only about 10 feet tall. It's pretty small considerably.
Would the call lightning attack hit it back on the ground?
Well, actually, so it flies up and then lands back on the ground next to Fia. It flies like 20 feet away from you guys to land.
Because I was having that lightning be my opportunity as it was flying as it hit. So would it?
It actually can't do that as a reaction.
I never get an opportunity to attack. So okay, gotcha.
Right.
Let me reroll damage then, because I was using that as my action. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. No, yeah. You can get the Warcaster feat, which allows you to cast spells as a reaction for the top opportunity attack.
But I already have it casted. It's just an action to use it.
Right, but that's on your turn. Because right now you're not taking your turn, you're using a reaction instead.
Okay, let me roll for a claw then. Okay, so that's a 20, 30, 20.
That hits.
And then it is...
What did it hit us with? By the way, what element?
Okay, so just 8 damage.
Okay. Well, that still is enough damage to have it knocked down in this phase, so that's okay.
Cool.
The breath weapon it hit you with was like mostly like garbage and necrotic flesh and like big rocks, and I'm just chalking it all up as acid damage.
Okay. Awesome. Cool.
Okay. So it's now Raiden's turn. Troxy's up to bat. Raiden, you're about 15 feet away from it.
So Raiden's been hit by all of these elements, so now his left hand is circled by necrotic energy, lightning energy, acid energy, and then just pure magic energy. So now he has 4 or 5 elements just circling his gauntlet like the Avatar as he runs up 20 feet to give one hell of a booming blade wallop to this thing.
Let's see it. Roll for attack.
Come on, don't miss. 19 plus 9. Finally,
oh, that definitely hits.
Whew. Okay, there's a lot of dice. So 1d8. Alright, so let's see, 7 plus 6, 13, and then 1d8 again, 6, so 19 plus 2d6 acid. Okay. So the Thunder Gauntlet, Booming Blade. Oh, Hex. A lot to keep a track of. Which is 1d6.
Boy, oh boy. These sixes have been cooking in the oven. I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Alright, we're at 29 damage so far, and I'm not done.
You hear her barking?
Okay. Alright, all that's left is the bonus action for the homunculus. Let me roll the hit. 12 plus 4, 16?
That misses.
Okay. So a total of 29 damage of all that element.
Dang! As you run, as you backpedal 15 feet, turn around and give it another walloping smash with your gauntlet, and again, like, you see that at this point, like, it's lost so much of its form, one of its wings has diminished in enough size that it's no longer going to be able to fly. And with that, we're going to go to Troxy. Fia, you're on deck.
Proxy is just standing there. Most of her fur is gone. Skin is gone. Large portions of skin is missing, so you just see muscle and blood. And she's just standing there, kind of shaking. She just lets out a crying roar as Mama Bear comes down, and in lightning form is ahead.
Fuck yeah.
And it roars, and it sounds like thunder. Right as it bites and it explodes.
Alright, so that's going to be a dex save on my end.
Yep.
That's going to be a total of... $14.
Yes, I think it takes half damage. Let me see.
Okay.
There. Okay.
Yeah, your spell save should be 8 plus proficiency plus your spellcasting modifier.
Yeah, it's 13. Let me see. Okay, so I always get these mixed up and always annoys the shit out of me. Sorry, guys, for everything real quick.
Well, it also doesn't help that we're getting late into the night.
No, you're good. I'm really bad with like remembering. Like, I always get bad at remembering dice, and I'm playing for so long.
You're fine. It's a lot to keep up with. I literally made a little graph of like a per turn what the dice I have to roll at this point is. Like I have to keep up with it.
Yeah, dude. D8. Okay, so this is the D10, right? Okay, cool. Okay.
Man, it's hot in here. Is the AC on?
Then
I'm trying to shift.
no, this is a D100.
I turned it back on though.
Fuck is my?
It's the same die.
Oh, it's the same. Oh, okay.
It just has a 0 next to the numbers.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's 5 and 9. Okay, so that's 14. And then let's see here. Where did it go? Okay. And that's 10. So that is 24 damage.
24 damage?
Yep.
Damage. Okay. That was a really bad joke, everybody. Yeah. Is that the total damage?
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh boy.
And then Troxy she's not gonna move up. She's struggling really bad right now.
Yeah, we're approaching bloodied zone. This rebel dragon is not looking so hot.
Sorry, my turn there.
Okay. Troxy, as you're starting to feel like the exhaustion of the fight, you just keep going. Fia, you look over as this dragon comes and lands next to you, but before it has enough time to do anything, Raiden has already made his way over and smacked it into the side, and it's like lost the capability of one of its wings now. And you see Troxy as well come and rake her claws across the back of the dragon in an attempt to get it off of you. Your turn.
I did call lightning.
Oh, sorry. I got carried away. Because you said Mama Bear, and so I thought...
Yeah.
Right. That it was the lightning, rather. As its like form is sort of like... You see like sparks of lightning coursing throughout the bits of rubble and wood sticking out from its rubble-like body. You're up to bat. It's within 5 feet of you.
Can I use like a range spell close or?
Yep, for sure.
Who all is close to the dragon? Is it just Raiden?
Raiden and Troxy and yourself.
Just to me.
No, I was still where it was.
Oh, I thought. Okay, sorry. I
Yeah.
thought you also moved. My bad. My bad.
Nope.
To me.
Just you and Raiden. Troxy is backed by Zaphriel, like 15 feet away.
Go for it, dog. I don't care. I'll absorb it and shoot it back at it.
I can use a sorcery point to cast it carefully, so you'll automatically save any spell, which is what I'm going to do.
Fuck yeah.
I'm going to cast Fireball at level 3.
Okay. So as you send this explosion down at your feet to just blow up this fucking dragon, how do you manipulate the magic to make it so Raiden gets protected?
I'm just going to make it so like the flame goes around him, like almost like he has a circle of protection around him.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Raiden, your whole vision just in an instant just gets lit up in flames like you're in a fucking oven, and before
Yeah.
it dies down, and you just see a scorched dragon. That's going to be a dex save on my end.
Oh, I
Can I
fucked up.
absorb the element still, or does it have to hit me?
You can use your reaction, and it's hitting you, so yes.
Okay, I absorb the element.
Go ahead.
Give it 12 hit points back. I forgot to cut it in half.
I cut it in half.
Oh, you did already? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I appreciate you for being honest. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay, so what was the total? My saving throw was 16.
Oh, he needs an 18, so
Oh, okay,
he
never
fell.
mind, it fails.
And half of my damages were 6s, so hold on, I gotta count the rest. But
Boy, oh
Holy
boy,
crap.
That's a fireball.
And you can add your
Yeah.
charisma modifier to this damage as well. Also,
Man.
so go ahead for me, roll a dex save, Raiden. The DC is 18. Regardless, you still get to use your reaction to cast Absorb Elements.
Okay. Wow, 17.
17?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't save, but you can.
She used the sorcery point to not.
Oh yeah, duh.
Duh.
Never mind, bro. You're fine.
Gosh.
Raiden just does a backflip mid-battle, bro. It's nothing
Yeah.
crazy.
It's nothing crazy, dude. Just a fucking mecha tank.
Yeah. Pot does one too. Like, what's up, bro? Vibe check.
Pot like does a flip before like the lid goes up, does a flip, and then the lid lands back down.
I love it.
my damage was 34.
God damn. Okay. Whew. Yeah, you light this sucker up. We're about to approach double-digit territory, guys. Did you want to
Aw,
move
snap.
or use your bonus action? Or was Careful Spell a bonus action?
Careful spell is a sorcery point, so I don't.
Oh, okay.
You can
I don't
use
know.
sorcery points as a free action. So.
Oh, right, that's right.
Man, I don't want to move because then he'll get an attack of opportunity. I don't have very many HP.
Go for it. Get away. What's it gonna be, Fia?
I'm just gonna stay.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Zaphriel, you look down the way 15 feet, and you see the dragon is now harrowing the rest of the party. And the dragon's looking a little weak. Like the winged I had mentioned that had diminished in size is now no longer there, and the right wing is now like making the body slightly unstable.
Tropsy, What are you as far as hit points are concerned?
Troxy's at 20.
Okay.
Like,
are
if
you
you
at,
look
Raiden?
at her, she doesn't even have any, like, fur anymore. She has, like, exposed muscle, maybe even a little bit of bone.
Ooh.
And, like, you know, like, it's like you can hear, like, you know, when a bear is in pain, she's making those kind of noises while she's, like, trying to focus.
Right, just kind of grunting.
Hey, I got 20 hit points, and it's far away from me. If you want to go kill
Oh,
it, go
wait.
kill it.
But that's 20 hit points as a bear.
Mm-hmm.
You
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah, you go right back to your top.
yeah,
when you're out.
your bear hit points aren't like Troxy's hit
Yeah.
Oh.
Tanky bear.
Yeah, that's
as
why
soon as
druids
you
are
run out,
tanks.
you just review. Yeah, you revert back to normal.
Yeah. Tanky.
I revert back to normal?
Yeah, you revert back to your player's hit points when you are not a bear.
So you've
So,
taken no
okay.
damage, basically.
It does no damage to me?
Well,
technically not.
your bear form, but your character form hasn't taken damage.
Oh, okay, so she's just back in her...
You're basically like wearing a skin over yourself that's like...
Yeah, like the bear, like you're supposed to be using the health stat point from the bear's character. And then, yeah.
Then I'd probably say that, like, right now I'm at, like, 60.
Okay. That changes. Okay, well, Zaphriel is going to run up and just right at the cusp of the dragon, he's going to cast Shatter.
Oh, shit.
And he is going to use Channel
Hell
Divinity
yeah.
to make this deal maximum damage.
Damn.
And because
Yeah.
the dragon is constructed of inorganic materials such as wood, metal, and or things like that, he is at disadvantage for this.
Cool.
He'll get fucked up.
What's the save?
Fuck
It's a
yeah.
con save.
Okay, here we go.
He needs to be a 14 at disadvantage.
I rolled a 16 and then a 9. What's the con modifier? That's going to be...
Dude, yeah, Shadow did a lot when I used it on it.
That's going to be a 13.
You muted.
That's going to be a 13.
Alright, so he just flat out takes 24 points of thunder damage.
Hell yeah.
Right as you whack him on the ass, dude, it's just enough points to knock him down into double-digit territory. He's now at 96 hit points.
Damn.
Okay, and
Right,
then...
right as that happens, the second wing just falls off, clean off, and just like part of the fleshy material that was keeping it on there just kind of turns to ash and just kind of dissipates in the wind. And now what you're looking at is like a large house hellhound type thing.
Casting that put me out of rage, but as my bonus action, I'm going back into a rage.
Fuck yeah, you are.
You gotta die!
Okay.
I'll just stand right in his face.
It's probably not going to make it. It's probably not going to make it a whole nother round of attacks. Oh, I need to roll for its breath recharge. Riley as my witness. If I roll a 6 or 5, its breath recharges.
I rolled a 5, everybody.
The dragon positions itself to get Fia, Raiden, everybody.
Oh, shit, let's go.
Everybody, please roll dex saves as its breath and it just barfs out this fleshy necrotic material. Now, because its form is so small, you're not seeing boulders. You're seeing small golf-sized balls of rocks just hurling at you.
I got a 21.
I got a nat 1.
You're a halfling. You can re-roll those.
Shit.
Oh, whew, that was a close one. But that's a pass from Zaphriel. What was your roll, Fia?
19.
Pass. Raiden? What about you, Troxy? What'd you get with your reroll?
Consider me the unluckiest person. I rolled another nat 1.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Nope.
I can't believe it. Wow, what are the odds? Oh boy, did we lose Evan? Hello?
Sorry, my roommate was asking me questions. What?
It's okay. Roll a dexterity saving throw, please.
We're about to be whacked by another breath weapon. He got it recharged.
8 plus 3, 21.
8 plus 3?
18 plus 3, sorry.
I was like, what the fuck?
I'm all
So-
over the place. Got people asking me questions and things.
Everyone except for Troxy is able to like move out of the way. Troxy, because of how much you've been sort of beaten around, you get swapped. You taken off guard as you're sort of like dazed in the moment. Everybody, instead of taking 44 points of damage, takes 22 points of damage.
Okay.
Except
and if
for
you have
Troxy.
resistance-
Troxy takes 44 points because she failed.
If you have resistance to it, does that half it again?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I need to roll a strength check to not be thrown back? And if I do get thrown
Oh.
back, do I take damage?
No, because he's not as big, the breath weapon isn't as powerful anymore.
Okay.
Do we get an attack of opportunity?
No, he was able to move himself in a way where he didn't provoke any attacks.
Let me roll a Constitution.
Oh yeah, for Call Lightning. The DC is 10.
Oh, well, I got
Oh, excuse
23.
me. It's 44, but the DC is 22 actually. So you just beat the DC. You still have Call Lightning.
Mama Bear! Good!
All right, so that's its breath weapon. What's everyone sitting at?
16.
28.
Oh,
31. 31.
34.
I'm so close. I'm just kidding. He is going to finish his turn. That's the best he can do. Raiden, you're up. Troxy, you're up to bat.
Did he move or no?
Well, he moved in a way to be able to get all of you in his breath weapon, but like he's still within melee range of the people who were by him initially.
Okay. Did he move 5 feet? Would you say?
He moved at least 5 feet. Yes.
2d6. 2d6. Or no,
Right
2d8.
on. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Right on. Righteous. Righteous.
Oh man, you're a dork.
Thanks. That's what my lady friend says too. Oh, I have a girlfriend, by the way, now.
You have a girlfriend?
Congrats.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Right
After like
on,
6
brother.
dates, she was like, "So what are we?" And I was like, "I guess we're in a relationship."
Hey, right on, dude.
Awesome.
He takes 14 thunder damage.
Okay. And
This is why his name is Raiden. He just does a lot of thunder damage.
I love it, dude. That's gonna be. All right.
All right.
Bonus action movement. You have about 15 feet if you want to move anymore.
Oh, I'm gonna do my attack now. That was just because he moved.
Oh, right. I knew that.
But he was in melee range.
What?
Does that matter?
It's booming blade. It's like he's got like an electric charge. So if he moves, it's like almost like he grounds himself and it discharges.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So that's basically what happens. He's got like little electricity around him, and if he moves, it just like one step, it goes.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
yeah.
Okay.
All right. So another booming blade. 19.
19. That hits.
So Raiden goes up for just a punch of thunder, lightning, necrotic fire, and pure element.
Hell yeah.
Again.
How long, that's a cool ability. How long does those elements stay with you?
It's because every turn I've been absorbing an element. If I make a punch, it discharges the element, basically.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a shotgun punch.
Yep, basically. I gotta rack another shell with another element.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, so every time there's been an element, I've just been absorbing it as a reaction, basically.
Right.
Alright, so 8 plus 6 plus another d8 7
7. What now? What now?
plus 6. Or d6 plus 6 actually, because I just rolled a 6 now. Plus 2d6 fire. So plus 8. Plus. Let's see, I did the Thunder Gauntlet, did the Booming Blade, did the 2d6. Did I do Hex?
You never announced it, at least. So I don't think so.
Okay, so this is d6. Slow. 3. And then the homunculus attack as a bonus action. It's what is that? 13.
13 misses.
Little pot buddy's not too great at the melee.
Yeah, he's not, is he?
No. It's still 39 damage in one punch.
Hell yeah! Damn. Okay. So that's
So
gonna be
just a twist into his body. Just
wow. So that's gonna be. We're at 63 hit points, y'all. Hopefully, you guys can kill it before it gets a turn again, because it might get one of you guys down if that's the case.
We'll find out.
Okay, so with that, we're going to be on Troxy's turn next. I'm going to step away to take the dog outside, but please feel free to conduct your turn, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll just wait for you.
Oh, okay, I'll be right back.
Alright, I gotta change the music. It's not suspenseful enough and it's too slow.
Do it.
Now that we're in like the final countdown here, I gotta go with one of my favorites from Berserk.
Final countdown.
Of course the bot broke.
This is stupid.
I have returned.
Oh, hi.
Oh well.
Nice, I like the sound effects to get my attention. Proxy, especially acidic damage, that 16, not gonna be pretty. She's like standing there leaning on her staff. She is like butt naked. Her hair is missing. You know, like her skin is very, very dark red with pieces of it missing, showing muscle and blood, like sick.
Hell yeah.
That's me sick damage. She's truly like, she's like, her eyes are, you know, like her eyes are barely open and she's just shaking there. She just kind of reaches out as Mama Spirit Bear notices this and comes down again on the dragon's lightning form.
Fuck yeah.
And this
Music
time,
good, by the way?
huh?
Is the music good or changed?
Yeah,
this
it's
is
good.
fine. That's going to be a death save.
Yep.
That's a failure with 12. Man, have you? I think you've gotten Call Lightning on almost every round of this combat. That's wild.
What do you mean? No, yeah. This would be the third time, so I
That's
missed.
what I'm saying. There's
Yeah.
only been 3 rounds of combat.
Hell yeah.
Oh, let me do my concentration. So that's 11. I have to roll higher than 11.
27.
Damn. Fuck, dude. That's a gnarly hit again. So. That's...
Hex breaks.
Oh shit. Okay, hex drops.
Yep.
27 is going to make him go to.
He was in the 60s when I hit him.
Yeah, he's. I was just doing math. 44 health now.
Fuck yeah, we might get it. We might.
You might.
You might.
I think I may have accidentally skipped you, my love. Did Fia go? Oh wait, you cast a fireball.
She comes after.
I'm after
that.
Troxy.
Yeah, that's right. That's my bad. Fia, you're up. And then, oh, that's. I'm looking at an old initiative thing. I use the same scratch paper each week, and I was looking at a wrong initiative thing. So the real initiative is Fia up next.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, you're fine. Basically, we have Troxy, like, still managing to stay in her bear form, brings down her sort of claw-like bear hand with her, like, bloody bear body.
Oh, I'm not in bear form anymore.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I forgot. That's right. That's right.
Sorry, that was cool, though.
Yeah. She railed into the dragon, 27 points of lightning damage, and now we're going up to Fia. You're within 5 feet of it still. It's still kind of up in your space with you and Raiden, and Zaphriel now.
I'm gonna cast Fireball again. Careful to protect Zaphriel and Raiden. I'm gonna cast it at 4th level though, so it's 96.
Jesus Christ, you guys.
I want to absorb it, I guess, too, just in case.
You don't have to absorb it because she's using her meta magic to make you pass automatically.
I don't know if you can absorb it if she's not hitting you with it.
Okay, I was wondering. Cool. Then never mind.
What's the save for a fireball?
18 for most of my.
Oh, I still need to roll. That's safe, everybody. Oh, that's a natural 18, so it passes with 23.
Oh, dang it!
I think I won't take that.
But you still get to roll 96. Oh boy, that's a lot of 6s and 5s, everybody. Hey, yeah.
It's a bop, ain't it?
Yeah, dude, I love it.
Yeah, I love this song.
You can add your charisma modifier to it, too. How much? Oh my
It's
god.
37 plus 5, so 42. So
Oh.
21 half.
yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Was it 2 health points left, or is it dead?
No, so
it's at
it's
at
saved.
43. It's at 23 hit points right now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's saved. Dang.
As you blast it, you watch as it's whatever like undeath thing is like keeping this thing together. It's tough. And as the fireball like relinquishes around it, and the flames sort of wash away, the only thing left standing in front of you now is the rough size shape of a dog that's about 4 feet tall, and it looks like it's made of ink. There's no rubble, there's no like anything that would make it look like it came from a building is gone. This is like the pure essence of the tower, if you will. With that being said, we're at the top of the round with Zaphriel. Can you finish this off?
If I can land my hits.
Let's see.
I go for 2 weapon attacks. I'm gonna have my first one just skillfully just at the furthest of my reach, just slice at the bottom of the neck, and the second one I'm gonna like toss my spear right through the bottom of its chin.
Fuck yeah.
The first hit is a 21.
That hits.
Second hit is a 17.
That misses actually.
Damn. Okay. That's alright.
Yeah, AC got down to 18.
Oh, let's see those. Okay.
Big money, no whammies.
Okay, so that is going to be...
I did the same head tilt you did, Colton.
That is 31 points.
How do you want to do this?
Fuck yeah.
As you see the dragon just, like, barely any debris left on itself. Like I said, I just stand at range, fully posed, and just, with one fell swoop, right at the cusp of my reach, just... And I would pull it back, as the head just tumbles.
And like I said, there's like no resistance whatsoever, because it's almost like you're attacking a waterbed, and your blade just... And it slinks right off, and this black ichor just flies, and the head just kind of blobs off. It rolls like twice before it loses any like integrity to its shape, and it just dissolves into ink. And the body that is now just standing there on all 4 legs begins like to quiver and shake, and you watch as its one leg blows up like 5 times bigger than it should be, and then part of where the neck was blows up to like 5 times bigger than it used to be, before the whole shape of the body looks like a balloon, like it's about to pop, and it pops. Everyone roll a dex save for me real quick.
Damn, he pulled a cell on us.
That's a dirty 20.
Okay.
5.
That passes. That fails.
19.
That passes.
15.
That passes. Everyone, more or less is able. Everyone more or less is able to, like, avoid getting this black ichor on them. A drop or 2 shouldn't be too bad, but like, whether it be due to the exhaustion or what, but you get drenched like you were like a kid on this like a Nickelodeon slime TV show. You just get drenched, and you just kind of look at yourself, and you feel really sticky. And you have 1 point of corruption.
Oh shit.
Stop it!
Interesting.
You now have the ability to see in the dark, and if you already had that ability, you have supreme dark vision instead.
Let me see.
So just 120, I guess.
Yeah, if you already had dark vision, it gets sent out to 120 instead.
Nice. Good shit, guys. Fuck yeah.
I
Barely
do
got
not,
through it.
I do not have that, so I now have dark vision. Cool.
Okay, yeah, you now have dark vision. And we can turn the music down to a little bit something calmer.
Gotcha.
I want to coast out on this battle, and then we'll wrap it up after that, I think. I want to coast after this and see what happens, and then we'll wrap it up.
Everybody, help me get that ichor off of her.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Troxy's gonna with so many layers of her skin is gone, and parts are showing like actual muscle, and her hair has been excessively way, like, and she just passes out at that point. Like, she just like gets hit, and then she just stumbles and just face first slams to the ground.
Once we're able to get all the ichor off of her, I'm gonna cast Greater Restoration with one of the prayer beads.
I also want to try Dispel Magic.
And healing hands or healing cure wounds. Gee.
You know what? Actually, from please roll for heal, but from the combined power of the divine magics that both. Oh no, you're a sorcerer. That's right. From your arcane ability to dispel the magical effects of whatever this curse might be, and the divine power that Cord supplies. Oh my god. They're playing way harder than they probably should be. But with your combined strength, like the two spells are able to remove any such magical effect, and actually you were having a tough time scraping all this ichor off of her because of like it really is like tar. It like is getting in between the creases of your gauntlets or your fingers if you aren't wearing any.
Yeah.
But the moment those two spells effects take effect, the ink like tar washes off of her body and kind of just seeps back into the earth. You are no longer corrupted.
Raiden like runs away from the party to kind of heal his armor and like cover the bony showing parts.
Right. Okay.
He's like, oh shit. He didn't realize in the battle. He was like, gotta go.
While we're waiting here, I am going to cast, what's it called? Oh, okay. I'm going to cast Prayer of Healing.
Okay. 10 minutes?
It takes 10 minutes to cast, but yeah.
It's a party heal.
Yay! Ta-da! Confetti just like shoots out and rains slowly.
Endless is going to give a cure wounds to since Raiden stepped out, he's just going to run up and just plant a cure wounds on both Fia and Troxy.
If Raiden ends up coming within the group, Prayer of Healing actually doesn't affect undead.
Yeah.
Oh, but wait,
You ruled that I just got healed anyways.
Yeah,
I asked
yeah.
About that.
Okay.
because of the nature of his sentience,
I see.
for this specific purpose, I'm allowing it.
Okay.
Yeah, Raiden just ran like 30 feet just to cast Mending a few times and then came back.
Okay. So, on top of whatever Zaphriel's about to heal, Fia, you get an additional 7 points of healing, and Troxy, you get an additional 9 points of healing.
Ooh.
Did Zaphriel run his hit points? Or, I mean, healing points?
No, I was just about to announce. Everybody around me is going to heal 19 points of damage.
Dang. Dude, that's 19 times 4? That's a big heal.
Yeah.
Nice, I'm like above half health now. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, that's a
So-
good heal.
I got pretty much max there.
At 44 health, was her skin looking like from showing muscle and pure red to at what point?
So, because of the healing magics, most of what would have been scar tissue is magically healed, but if you would like to have some characteristically, like, scars somewhere, feel free, but, like, for the most part, because of the healing magic, after a good night's rest, you should more or less be okay. I mean, you might feel it in the morning, but, you know.
Yeah, I'll take a scar.
Okay, cool. Where do you describe the scar?
Honestly, it's gonna be like her eye and her all right here is just like melted.
Zuto style?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
definitely.
I like it.
But like missing an ear, and I guess maybe
Okay.
her eye is damaged too.
Sure, okay. I'm down for it.
Same.
So as you guys are sort of just like lying there in essentially what is now a landfill, You look around. There's like pieces of 2x4 sticking out of the dirt. You see broken pieces of metal. Just happened to see the hatch door that went to the basement lying just 20 feet away. There is no evidence of a tower having used to be here, unless if you take the time to notice the ring of dirt that was formed by the tower existing in the space. And there also is a square type hole in the ground where the basement went to from the tower. But you guys are just kind of chilling here in the field. Is there anything you guys would wish to discuss before we wrap up for the night?
At this point, now that the rage has worn off and the healing has taken effect, Zaphriel is in crippling pain with his arm. Definitely should not have been using it the way he was.
For sure.
Troxy's probably gonna with a cloth around her, probably just kind of limp into one of the carts and lay there. Probably still in a lot of pain and can't see out of one of her eyes now.
How's Fia holding up?
Yeah.
I'm restored back to full health after Zaphriel's heal.
Dang. Nice.
How are you reeling from that experience? As everyone's just is sort of finally able to stop and breathe.
Hey, guys, sorry, I need to dip out now.
You're good. You have a good night.
See you later, dude.
Appreciate it, guys. That was fun.
Yeah.
See y'all.
She's definitely gonna have a hard time with what happened, but not gonna stir her from being an adventurer.
Sure.
She knew the risks.
Right. What about you, Fia?
I kept my distance for the most part, so I didn't take a ton of damage, but this whole situation, with it's just kind of mind-blowing to Fia. Doesn't really know, still kind of speechless. How does a tower come alive? So, yeah.
As you're sitting there, have you guys ever seen The Iron Giant, the movie?
Hell yeah.
You know, at the very end of the movie, as a gift, he gets mailed a screw that used to be part of the Iron Giant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we see the screw just start rolling off the bed, implying that he's slowly rebuilding himself somewhere.
Yeah.
You watch as you see a brick somewhere 50 feet away just flip, and then a minute later a different brick and maybe a 2x4 flip. And the longer you stay here, over the next 10 minutes, you see there is a small, it's pretty slow, mind you, it's not rebuilding itself very quickly, but you see a small pile of rubble is beginning to form where the tower used to be.
Time to go.
I take a brick with me.
I was hoping someone would do that.
Yeah, just put it in a jar, so it's clink, 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 clink.
Yeah.
Just a couple of bricks or, screws, just some odds and ends of just shrapnel.
Sure. Okay. But with that, we can say that you guys get the caravan ready to go and head back out towards the main road and deciding where to go from there next time. Yeah?
Yeah, probably hear him.
Cool. Well, hell, guys, that was kind of cool.
It's badass.
I really wanted to have a monster house sort of session tonight, and I think it's great.
That sounds badass.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I thought the whole building was gonna become a big ass vulture. Is what I thought was gonna happen. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, man. It's also kind of cool. I've never had an instance where I've had a party leave from a location and then go back and try a second time. It's either they either did it or they failed and never came back again. So I think it's cool. I think it's cool to revisit a location so many different times and have crazy things happen every time.
Oh
yeah.
Now we
That
gotta
was like
go.
a good boss fight too.
Oh yeah, that shit was so much fun. Now we gotta go back to Urim and let him know what we found. And, well, Big Metal Man has a brick that keeps moving, so that should be...
Yeah, I wanted to collect samples, so I guess that's the brick and stuff.
Hell yeah. Well, if no one else has any peanut comments to throw in the pile, I think I might hop off there for the night.
Well, you know, like I said, you're always a fabulous DM. And, I enjoyed everything. You guys have a good night.
All I was gonna say is, Raiden carried Zeph back, or like, you know, a little on shoulder thing.
Shoulder. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like
okay.
good fight as he drinks milk.
Right,
He's like
right.
just like ah.
Good for the bones. Good for the bones.
Yeah, man.
It's actually a myth. That's what Riley told me last night. It's a myth.
What? Milk is good for the bones?
Well,
Yeah.
I know it's good for the bones, but maybe not as important as we all thought, or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no. Like calcium's good, but it's not like milk's gonna do anything crazy.
Well,
Alright, you guys have a great night.
Yeah, okay, I'll see you guys.
You too. Bye.